So we're the new kids in town, breaking walls, blowing bridges, leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws, 'cause we tear the roof off, yeah. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Or better run for some shelter, 'cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, 'cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to this, the final stop of the Waterski Pro Tour. This is the final day of action here at the Miami Pro for 2024. My name is Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. We're looking at live pictures of the Greater Miami Ski Club as we also take a look at our schedule for today, and it is as simple as it gets. The women's final will take to the water first, followed by the men's final. The top 8 that were produced yesterday from the elimination rounds are present here for the final. And we see a nice little look at our pristine conditions that are present here for the Greater Miami Ski Club on their showpiece lake. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World and also with Gonzalo.
Hey guys, here with Gonzalo Pesquera of the Greater Miami Ski Club, and wow. First of all, thanks for having us. The hospitality you guys provide is next level. All the athletes, everyone is super excited to be here, but what a show you guys have for us today, huh?
Well, thank you, Wade. I mean, we're super excited. All the members are excited to be here with the top of the world skiers. Thank you for TWBC, for you guys to be here as well, to support us and to cover all this event. We are super excited.
So we got some real heavies on the men's side. The Pro Tour champion has already been determined, Will Astor, but we got Nate Smith, Thomas DeGaspre. But on the ladies, it's all on the line, right?
It's all open right now. The top skiers will be fighting for that prize. We're paying good money for them, and they're very excited, and it's going to be tough between Regina, Whitney, and Jamie. Top skiers will be very excited to watch. Yeah.
The largest purse of the year we got coming up. Thanks, Gonzalo and the Greater Miami Ski Club. Back to you guys. Cool.
All right there. So thanks a lot, Gonzalo, and indeed Wade for providing us with a little bit of an intro there for what's about to take place. I'm Tony Lyford. He is Freddie Winter, and before we go too much further into this, let's have a look at the current leaderboard so far as the women's slalom are concerned on the Pro Tour standings. Now, we've made a few calculations, and Freddie will go through some of those calculations with us. So we know that Jamie is in the lead on 3:10. And Regina Jake was currently in second spot on the 2:72. Whitney McClintock-Rini on third place with 2:56. So let's do a little bit of math and a little bit of figuring on in the head. So let's just say that that Jamie, for the sake of argument, was able to get as high as second and no further, possibly. That would put her on how many points?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing we should say is that basically every spot is up for grabs. First, second, third, all the way, really all the way down. There's so many points here at the Miami Pro with all the big prize purse they've put up, meaning that there's more points. So as far as the top spot, which, Jamie's been in the lead, I think Jamie's been in the lead since the first tournament of the year, right? She won the Swiss Pro, and since then she hasn't given away the lead, I believe. But essentially, Regina has been reeling her in week after week to stop Jamie winning her fourth Waterski Pro Tour championship. If Regina wins, she will be on 334 points, I believe, 327 points. And if Jamie is second, that would put her on 322. 334. So basically, Regina has to win and hope that Jamie becomes below third. If Regina is to come second, she'd be on 311 points, which is 1 point ahead of Jamie's current total. And then if Jamie comes third, she would increase her above Regina to go 327. So basically, Regina has to come first or second and hope Jamie is more than one spot below her.
Yes, exactly. More than one placement separating the two. So just to clarify once again, if Regina wins this, and Jamie doesn't finish in the runner-up spot in the immediate spot, then Jamie would get the women's Pro Tour season-long title. But if the space in between Regina and Jamie is one person or more, then that becomes an interesting scenario in which Regina would take the title. All right, then. So, with that in mind, as we work our way towards our first skier to take to the water in just a few minutes, let's check in with Wade.
All right, you're up.
Hey, thanks, Tony. The Miami Ski Nautique is completely TWBC'd up, and the drone is right there, and that's what we're here for, guys. Check it out. That's as good as it gets. 1955, this place was finished off, and the visionaries then saw this happening today. Wow, these people are going to water ski right here beside the Miami International Airport, and we're going to do it in November, right? So I'm super excited. What a day we have. Perfect weather as well. Back to you guys.
All right, and there was Wade, and we'll continue to work our way towards our first skier to take to the water. We'll have a look at the start list, and our first skier out in this 9-person event is Sarah Schweinhofer. She's actually going to be our forerunner before we take on our remaining 8 skiers, which start with Elizabeth Montavon, our lead-off competitor. Followed by Paige Rini, second off the dock. Then it's Alicia Bagnoli and Manon Costar, Ali Nicholson, Regina Jaquist, Jamie Ball, and leader out of the first 2 elimination rounds yesterday. It is Whitney McClintock-Rini. So, lining up for a big old battle royale in the women's competition. All that to come in just a few moments, and with that, we're going to give you enough time to grab your favorite beverage and grab your favorite seat, because the last women's slalom competition of the season in the pro ranks is about to take to the water. The 2024 Miami Pro Women's Slalom Final will be coming your way right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You won't get better luxury options with an inventory this huge.
And you won't find a better name you can trust. We're family owned and operated.
You won't need to worry. We can make it effortless with pickup or delivery options.
Plus, you won't need to interrupt your day. We can come to you.
Or you won't need to go a million miles. We're practically right around the corner. And for amazing offers, you won't need to search for a better deal than this.
Doral Lincoln and Lincoln of Cutler Bay, your Lincoln dealers in Miami-Dade.
All right, there. So good day to you, folks. No matter where you are tuning into us from, whether you are watching us from Australia and New Zealand to places like Dubai and Roma and Paris and Madrid and even closer to home in the United States, whether you are watching us on the West Coast or on the Eastern Seaboard, you are most certainly welcome to this, the 2024 Miami Pro Waterski event. All right, so any thoughts that you have in mind before we send out our forerunner?
Well, I'm just very excited, really. I mean, it's been miserable sitting on the sidelines for most of the year, but I mean, these are the days where it's exciting to see some very, very high-level water skiing happening. It was a great day, an interesting day actually, with a little bit of controversy here and there smashed in to make things interesting,
of course.
keep things a bit spicy. yesterday, especially more towards the evening. But I enjoyed myself yesterday. I think today's going to be, after a fantastic qualifying round to, hardly fought. We're going to see some hardly fought battles for the podium places, for the wins, and also for what that would mean for the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard. It's the last event of the year, and it's a great finale to be down here in Miami. One of the biggest tournaments of the year. It's a 5-star event. There's a bunch of money to be won. People are motivated, and people really, really do. I can't express this enough. They really do want to finish their seasons on a high. It's miserable, even if you had a great season, to have a bad last tournament. I'm thinking of Corey Vaughan yesterday. I mean, he's had his best season ever, and he will feel slightly annoyed throughout his whole winter until he can get to his next tournament, presumably at the Swiss Pro or Moomba Masters, sometime May or March of next year. He will be annoyed that he didn't quite get it done. So there'll be some other skiers today that are trying to avoid the same fate. It'll be very, very interesting.
All right, and we see Sarah Schweinhofer going out onto the water. She's the forerunner for the action to come. As soon as that boat makes its way back, we'll bring on our first skier in the last pro final for the season. All right, so Sarah Schweinhofer getting through her opening run and just setting the conditions and the scene for our next 8 skiers. The first of which is Elizabeth Montavon, who comes to us from nearby West Palm Beach. All right there. So our driver for the women's slalom final here at the Miami Pro is going to be Mario Pagozzi, who told me that this is his first experience driving in Miami, and has been doing exceptionally well behind the wheel of that correct craft Nautique, as Elizabeth Montavon continues to go through her keys in her mind and what she needs to do when she takes the water out there. There we see Alicia Bagnoli from Italia. She will be one of our next skiers to take to the water. Here we go. This now is Sarah Schweinhofer, a second pass. She's our forerunner. She skied in the elimination round series yesterday. Unfortunately, was not able to get into the top 8, which would have had her competing for the top prizes here in the women's slalom final. But just getting everything set up for the 8 ladies that remain. All right, so game on. Women's slalom final, and looks like Sarah, she's going to extend her stay here for at least a couple of passes longer. One would surmise, given where she's pulled out.
It's always a good idea to have something happen early to iron out any kinks that might be happening. We've got everything up and running, so we're set up really for the action to. The final action to start in just a second. It's going to be a very, very big 8 skiers in the women and 8 skiers in the men. As I've mentioned before, there's of the 6 podium spots, only the winner is of the men's is decided. That so five are left to be finished for the season, and this is the last opportunity to do it. Big points on offer today, all to play for.
And another coveted prize among our skiers, and they each secretly yearn for this title at the Pro Waterski Tour events that take place with a TWBC broadcast, and is the Skier of the Day trophy. And if you've seen a performance from any of our competitors, may it be male, female, then you can vote for your Skier of the Day, brought to you by 2U Healthy Snacks. And make sure you vote, starting around about now, for your Skier of the Day.
Would that include yesterday, Tony?
Yep. You can imply the accolades. You can apply the performances yesterday into the mix as well.
Who would you sort of think would be a good shout for that?
Who would have? I would say Whitney McClintock-Reaney. Pure and simple. 2 at 41, and match that with a good performance in round 1 as well. So she's been really rock solidly consistent.
I think there'd be a shout. I think John Travers, who tied the lead for the men or got the best score of the day alongside Nate Smith. But I mean, for me, if I was to choose right now, it would be Tim Tornquist, who went out and got one of his better scores of the year in the first round, and then in the second round, with Cole McCormick going out in front of him and giving him the opportunity, then going out running the 2 that he needed to put himself in the final, which would have been a very big moment for him and a nervy moment for sure.
A lot of candidates for sure for the Skier of the Day, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, another reason to be involved with this sport, La Mesa Rec Vans. Check it out. I mean, do you come down, camp out overnight, bathroom in there, bed in the back, and then they've got this huge bus over here that's basically like your lake condo on wheels, right? And then on the water, hey guys, come on out. If you're deciding, yeah, right here's your reason. Back to you guys. Have fun.
All right, and that sounds like my kind of accommodation. You know, being able to go here, there, and everywhere at the drop of a hat.
Pretty good, yeah. Free bird, a rolling stone gathering no moss.
I don't know about all of that.
Well, anyway, so
I don't know what kind of vibe that I'm giving to you in any way, shape, or form, but not the kind of person that that goes to that extreme. But there you go. We see Sarah Schweinhofer taking a fall there on that pass. I think it was 12 meters.
I think it was 11. So half at 11, a season's best for her. Half at 11. So just quietly, making the most of the conditions this morning as the forerunner to go and get a good score. We should stress, not eligible for contention in the final. That won't sort of, she's not going to make up any places from where she ended up yesterday, depending on what happens. But no, definitely good skiing, and she'll be very happy to have got a season's best on what I imagine will be one of her last tournament rounds of the year.
All right then, and with that continuing on, we've got Wade, and he's got Will.
Hey guys, here with Will Asher, our 2024 Waterski Pro Tour champion. Will, you spent a lot of time at this place, huh? I just saw you stand here enjoying the morning, enjoying the day, South Florida style, right?
Yeah, this place is awesome. I mean, what a facility, what an honor for us to ski here, and then for the members to have access to this place. Yeah, it's cool.
And I told my dad, who's watching, I said, yeah, there's jets flying over, and I said, sometimes we'll see a jet, and the people are standing here in the dock 45 minutes later.
Yeah, I mean, it's super convenient. It's just, 15, 20 minutes from the airport, with traffic and stuff. But so many people fly in from around the world, take a set, then leave, and yeah, it's a cool place.
Such as this young man, and we're going to watch him rip really soon. Back to you guys.
All right there, game on. First competitor to take to the water in this women's slalom final in our final Pro Tour event of the season. Up and running. And coming into the course on 13 meters, or 32 off, this is Elizabeth Montavon.
It's the beginning of the end, Tony, isn't it, really? It's the start of the final that's going to finish the season for the year, which is very, very exciting. I'll be sad that the season's over, but I'm happy to see some really good skiing before that, as I'm sure will our viewers. She started on 13. Elizabeth looks a little bit on the tail through the wakes, but that's not so atypical for her. She's through that pass very, very easily. What did she do yesterday? She ran a half at 11 and a 5 at 11, or a 5 at 38. So unusual for her to miss 11 twice in a row. I'm going to say very unusual for her to miss it 3 times. So good chance she'll run it today, and that's a good time to. She's improving towards the final. That's where you'd like to be, and. Again, we talked about yesterday. She's got pedigree here. She has not only run 11 in a final here, she's also run 11 in a runoff against Regina Jacobs to take the win in 2021. Her first win, and so far her only win. But she would dearly love to finish her season with another victory to mirror that success 3 years ago.
All right, we see Pedrini there, dockside. Behind her is Alicia Bagnoli, and on the water is Elizabeth Montavon as one of our aircraft coming. I believe that's a 737-6.
We're onto the airplanes already, Tony. Starting well.
Yep. Yeah, bringing in passengers from all across the country and all across the world. MIA.
It's a big airport, isn't it, Miami?
Oh, it's huge. It's like one of the largest cargo airports that you could ever conceivably go to. I mean, much of the heavy machinery that a lot of countries in Latin America use, for example, come through Miami on their way from Europe. They make that stop, and a large commercial hub, Miami International. All right there. So let's put that aside for a few moments and let's check in with Elizabeth Montavon. She's gone through 13 meters or 32 off. This is now 12 meters or 35 off. That gives her 40 feet of line to go around a course. It's 37.5 feet in width. Looking good.
Yeah, looking better and more balanced on that second pass, I would say. I didn't love the first pass. She looked a little tentative, a little timid maybe, but that was more attack mode. And, as we all know, you can't be timid, especially through the wakes in pro water skiing. You're just going to end up narrow. This is a place that, I had a chat with some of the guys and the girls yesterday. It's an easy place to end up narrow because you've got, as much as the big trees that we have on the side of the lake are very fantastic for protecting for wind, which is a huge attribute for any ski lake. When you're coming in at short line going that fast, I talked to one of the finalists that we'll see later on, who said that you can end up sort of looking at them a bit too much and feeling that you're going a bit too quickly towards them, changing your edge a bit too abruptly, so ending up a little bit narrow. So
kind of creates the tunnel effect.
Yeah, exactly. You feel like the lake is narrower than it is. So yeah, I mean, with that in mind, definitely worth considering, what your position is through the wakes, and you of course want to be riding the middle of the ski as opposed to the tail. A taily ski will be slow, and riding in the middle, that's your optimum spot where they're designed to be ridden in order to generate the most speed.
All right, here we go, folks. We've got our good folks along the shore side taking in the festivities here. In the women's slalom final, our first competitor is continuing to ski, having gone through 13 and 12, or 32 or 35 off in quick succession. It is Elizabeth Montavon out of West Palm Beach, a marketing consultant by trade.
Little bit of a headwind, I would say, Tony. If there's something, it's you can get a bit of a swirly situation with the trees being that high, and with it being such a long run, and you'll see a little bit of a swell. But anyway, we're here at 11, and this is already a big pass. She'll need to run this to have any chance of a win. She's on the back through the gates.
There she
love
goes.
that, but she's over to 2, and she's on the back again out of 2. She's in this at 3, and she'll need a good 4 to get over to that onside, and I think she's not going to make it.
Just dumps it on number 4 there, unfortunately, there for Elizabeth Montavon. So that puts her in a bit of a bind. But 4 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. I don't know whether that will vault her up from her current position of 8 for anywhere closer towards the higher echelons, but it is what it is, and just kind of got a little stalled on 4, but the 3 buoys prior to it didn't look all that bad there, Freddie.
No, I didn't like the gate particularly. She was on the tail, and then out of one was fine. Out of two, just again a little on the back. And when you have a little bit of when you lose a little bit of speed through the gate, that can also come back and affect you on two. We were waiting to see what was going to happen at 4. This was the critical buoy here. She needed the 4. She would have got over to 5 and turned 5, I would imagine, on her onside, but just not enough. Just struggling to get that ski through, just rearing up at every on the offside. And let's. So I guess we can see people's seasons ending, right? I mean, as much as people might have sort of record tournaments coming up, that's not really what motivates them or really what's going to define their season in terms of just getting sort of random old scores at tournaments which no one sees. This is where their aspirations lie, and Elizabeth probably disappointing because like I say, she's won this tournament before, she's skied very well previously here, and that's just not where she wanted to end up.
Yeah, indeed, Elizabeth Montavon there with that effort. I kind of feel that as she got off number 3, she was getting later and later on that pass, and she didn't give herself enough time to set her balance and to set her stance in the turn. She was kind of rushed to do that and just didn't fully set herself up over the center of the ski to allow it to turn more fluidly, and just got on the back and couldn't make any headway in towards number 5.
That's right, and she's been someone that's run 11, so she'd have thought she would have run that probably, having sort of had a couple of sights at it yesterday. And I mean, just looking at her season in review, she's had. It would be disappointing today. I wouldn't say that's going to really get her much above sort of 6th place, 7th place, depending on what everyone else does, of course. But she had a couple of podiums this year and 2 fourths at the Mastercraft Pro at the Travis Grand Prix. That's pretty solid, and she probably will be fairly content with her season, if not with where it ended.
All right, Elizabeth Montavon swims into shore, having ridden that good Ventura slalom ski, a brand new slalom ski to the market that was launched before the midpoint of the season. So she's done pretty well on that, and that ski has been winning quite a few rave reviews in recent times, so good to see her on it as we get ready for our next competitor to take to the water. She comes to us from Lake County in Central Florida, Canadian by nationality. It is going to be Paige Reaney.
Paige, her and Elizabeth had somewhat similar days yesterday. Would have been, a touch disappointed not to run the 11. I mean, Paige has been so consistent there. We saw her do it at the Travis Grand Prix, at the Mastercraft Pro, and at King of Darkness last weekend. She's been running 11 really well and sort of without too many misses. So to miss it twice would have been disappointing, but she's in the final. That is, of course, the benefit. The cut wasn't super high yesterday, so they were sort of able to ski below the level, her and Elizabeth, in order to make the final. So Paige has a shot today to go big, to make it work, and let's see what she can do here.
All right, coming in on pass number 1 of hopefully many, this is Paige Reaney. Just trying to set her stance on the slalom ski as she makes the entrance gates. There's buoy number 1. Ski riding up a little bit high into number 2, but managing to keep it down long enough to execute a better turn in time for number 4 and 5, and makes number 6 work. So there we go. That is Paige Reaney attempting to hunt down the lead score, which was produced by Elizabeth Montavon of 4 at 11.25 meters. Pulling out to shorten at this time, and no doubt relieved that she got through the opener, as most skiers are. Certainly, slalom skiing can be unpredictable at times, and each skier needs to try and control as much as he or she can on the opening couple of runs to really get into a good rhythm and into a good technique that would allow her to extend their stays out there. With that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, the difference between a qualifying round and finals is huge. qualifying round, there's lots of activity going on, sort of men shift between the women. Finals day, look how sort of bare the dock is. Everybody's either got their headsets on or they're in their no talk mode, because this is, where the pavement hits the highway, so to speak. So yeah, it's going down. This is fun to watch, fun to be down here. You guys enjoy. Back to you.
All right, there. Here we go, folks. We've got Paige Reaney.
Solid skiing here from Paige. She's she looks good. I think she's had her best season in slalom skiing, and she looks great. It's interesting, just picking up on what Wade said there. I mean, I think it's absolutely true, especially for the women, that the level of intensity is just not the same on a qualifying day. No matter how high you try and put the pressure on yourself, when you sort of know you're going to make it through with only one person not making it, it's hard to sort of mirror those conditions that you have in the final. Well, this is where the money is made. This is where the points are won, and this is where you define your season. Define your tournament, and therefore have a chance of improving your whole season. And Paige, will I'm sure be enjoying that pressure. Will be sort of thinking, let's go do this, and that some people they say that what do they say, Tony? They say that pearls are made under pressure. Is that right?
Diamonds.
Okay. Pearls are made in oysters.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I messed that one up terribly, but whatever. You'll forgive me, I hope. So let's see. I mean, some people really like that pressure. Interesting. I mean, just to conversely say, like if you look at the men's field yesterday, everyone that got through had to deal with immense pressure to make it through. I mean, there was a huge cut from I think 18 down to 8. Incredibly tough standard, but. In some ways, this is a more unique day for the women, whereas the men will sort of be used to this pressure. The women are sort of going, right, okay, like I got to really put it together today. No foul ups, no room for error.
All right, there. Here we go, folks. Coming in on pass number 3. She's gotten through 13 and 12. This is the lead pass.
Well, that's not very good.
Horrible number
can she
1.
get the 2 that she needs? And she actually has got a pretty good boy too. She's still going to be pretty tight here at 3 to get it going, but she's the lead is 4. Will she turn this? Come on, Paige, over to 5. Will she turn 5? And she doesn't get it. She just lost the line there, and that's God. We saw her.
For the lead.
It's enough for the lead. That's the most important thing. That lead is just 100% not going to stand up. Crucially, it does put her above Elizabeth, which means that she will come at worst 7th, which means that she'll, again, there's a lot of money on offer here, so that just puts her up a little bit. It puts the pressure on the skiers after her to go and beat her. But no, I mean, I'm going to say Paige will be disappointed. She had a very bad boy 1. She battled the whole way down, and just on her onside turn at the very end of that pass, she just needs to get a half turn to get around 6, having really worked her way back into it. That was unfortunate for her, Tony.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the start that is so critical. I mean, she got the good gate shot, and everything was looking pretty peachy here. But then she just pulled up on the line. Pure and simple. Just didn't allow for the ski to fully rotate before bringing the handle closer to her sternum. And then things just cascaded down, and she made some decent turns, but they were set up to be a little bit later, unfortunately, as a result of that number 1. And just, once you make one mistake, then unfortunately the mistakes do tend to happen very, very rapidly as the pass continues, unless you have some form of contingency that would allow you to get back into the game and close to what you would ordinarily ski for that particular run.
Yeah, I just wondered if she had enough here, but you can just see that handle comes across and she ends up right on top of the ski. When you pull the handle across you, you end up with your weight underneath the ski or through the middle of the ski, and at that point the ski goes flat and it goes straight, and that's not where you want to be when you're trying to get across another sort of, what are we talking about, Tony? It's 37 meters across? No, 20 there.
Yeah, 38 off, 37 feet of line, 37.5 feet course width, which is 6-inch deficit on each buoy. That's in feet. If you want that in metric,
23 meters across is what I'm looking for. 11.5 times 2. Anyway, whatever. That's just laterally. I shouldn't be on these sort of measurements. I'm getting myself confused. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to say that Paige won't be extraordinarily happy about that, but she will be at least happy that she's moved out of that 8th spot. She qualified in 7th. And she's kept at least, depending on what happens next, she's at least kept her ranking. She could end up moving up depending on the next number of skiers. And basically now to get 6th or above for Alice, for Manon, for Ali Nicholson, for Regina, Whitney, and Jamie, they need to all run 11.
All right, so as we continue on, we've got skier number 3 to take to the water. We've got Alice Bagnoli coming to us from Milano in Italia. And she's had a pretty good run this season. She's skied almost every Waterski Pro Tour stop, missing only the odd 1 or 2. And she's going to go in on the pass, I believe, of 14.25 meters.
14.25, yeah. So Alice this year has got a 4th, a 5th, a 7th, and 8th. So, if she keeps her seeding, she'll be in 6th and sort of complete that sequence. But she'd like to go higher than that. Let's see what she can do. She ran. She had a day yesterday where one round went really well. She ran 11 the one round, and the other round went badly. She missed 11. I think she got 2.5. So, not. Guaranteed to run the 11 that's going to get her into 6th place and above, but definitely has the pedigree of the last few weeks. She's run it, I think, 3 times in the last 4 rounds. Let's go to Wade.
All right, let's check in with him.
Hey guys, here with Miss Paige Reaney, who is our leader. I know you left a couple buoys on the table, certainly from what we know you're capable of, but here's your 11-meter pass. I heard you sort of talking about your gait. Let's hear it from you.
Yeah, I honestly thought my gait was good. I just don't know what's happening on 135. I'm just under the line, all in the back of the ski, and from that point I'm fighting, But I really try not to give up. I mean, I'm honestly really disappointed because every single tournament I've entered, besides Masters, I've run 38 in at least one of their rounds or the finals. So this just broke my streak, so I'm kind of mad.
Well, that's a bit of a bummer to hear. So Paige, what from this, obviously it's the last event of the year, what are you going to go and work on this winter?
I need a little bit of a break. I mean, I've had a very long season, but I really just want to get back to the basics and try and get 38 dialed again. I mean, I'm not concerned about it. Everyone has a few rounds that aren't great, but yeah, and just start working again at 39. So.
Well, it's been fun interviewing you all year. Enjoy your winter. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Hi to my mom, my grandma, and grandpa. I know you guys are watching, so.
Cool. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I can understand. I've just seen Paige be so consistent this year and do so well. So that is, it's frustrating. And I, to be honest with you, I quite like it that she was honest and said that she was mad and disappointed to not finish off the year like that. It will sting. You do want to finish, strongly, even if you had a great year like she has. She's got big podiums and skied very consistently all year, but that's going to sting.
Here we go.
Alice will be doing the same. This is her second pass. This is 13 meters. She started on 14 or 28 off instead of what everyone else has started at so far.
13-meter line. It's 43 feet, which leaves her with about 5.5 feet of distance outside of the buoy line to get that ski round and to go cross course. So good skiing there from Alice Bagnoli. That's 13 meters. And the course width is 11.5 meters. So still with plenty of room to get round all 6. And using a slightly different strategy here compared to our first two competitors, both of whom went in on 13 meters. Alicia Bagnoli elected to take the kind of scenic route, as it were, coming in one pass earlier. But maybe she saw something out there on the water that may have suggested that slaloming on a slightly easier pass for the first run in may actually be the ticket here.
Well, she ran 11 towards the dock yesterday, and she missed it going away from the dock over her 2 rounds. So I can see why she might want to do that. At the same time, there's a bit of wind, Tony. I mean, just sneaking up. It's again, it's such a long lake with very high trees on the side. So it's not necessarily what we're seeing in front of us here is not necessarily what we're going to see the whole way down. But I will say that if there's any wind, I would say it's a slight headwind on the first pass, meaning that Alice will potentially have to run her 11 in a slight tailwind.
And I tell you what, Alice Bagnoli has had a pretty darn good grip of the Waterski Pro Tour during the course this summer, using those Pro Gear gloves. You can find out more by going to skiprogear.com. And she's out on the water right now, getting ready to go. Alicia Bagnoli, skiing with Alpha 2. The line length is 12 meters or 40 feet of line. Getting into a little bit of trouble right off the first third of the course, but she has enough room to work with here to get back into it. And there we go. That is Alicia Bagnoli hoping to conjure up some magic here, with the next pass being 11.25 meters.
Yeah, her 2 wasn't great there, was it? We'll see in a second when we get to the replay, but that's not what she wanted to be repeating. I've been impressed with her yesterday. She had a couple of very good offside turns when she was in bad shape coming into it on 11, but she'll need to tidy this boy 2 up just a little bit. That's a good one. I mean, finishing a tiny bit on the tail, that's no bad thing necessarily. It slows you down. But here, just dropping that shoulder, and she'll want to keep that inside shoulder up. As soon as you dump over the side, the ski rolls over and it doesn't kind of rotate around you. It almost goes straighter. You need to think about sort of steering your ski as opposed to banking it. Especially when you're the very extremes around the back end of the turn. You can't just kind of drop over sideways and hope the ski catches up with you. That's not going to be very beneficial. You're sort of relying on hope that there's going to be line for you at the end of the turn. She was able to deal with it there, but let's see this 11. This is the big pass. We've seen 2 skiers so far. They've had 4 at 11. 4 at 38 and 5. Elizabeth and Paige not skiing so well, but Alice's on pretty good vein of form here. She's run this pass a number of times, and I'm hopefully not too biased, but I a big fan of Alice, and I'm hoping she runs this here and finishes the season very strongly.
All right, we'll see if she can accomplish that, as now the throttle is mashed down, courtesy of Mario Pagozzi and the helm of that Correct Craft Nautique. And let's see what we have in store. Right here, right now, this is Alicia Bagnoli, 11.25 meters. The lead is 5 on this run.
I like that one.
I love that one. There's number 2.
Come on,
She's
Alicia.
still there. She's still on top of the water. She's
on the tail.
good to go on number 3. She's okay on number 4. Stalls up on 4, skis to the wake, and that puts her into a 2-way tie with Elizabeth Montavon. And I think Alicia Bagnoli has a higher backup score, which means that Alicia Bagnoli is in outright second place right now, and still out in the lead with 5 and 11.25 meters is Paige Rini.
Yeah, so any ties except the lead, any ties will be split based on backup. If it's a perfect tie the whole way through, then I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe then the position will be shared. So because Alice qualified better yesterday, she will go ahead of Elizabeth Montavon. So provisionally, Alice will be in second, Elizabeth Montavon on third, and Paige on first. Of course, there's a lot of skiers to go and a lot of the best skiers in the world to go. So, if we're going to, worst case scenario, Alice has got 7th. She's moved off. She's definitely not in 8th spot, but she'll be disappointed to not have her seeding. Let's just watch this pass, Tony. I thought 1 was fantastic. I thought 2 was good too, actually. Let's just have a look here. That's as good of a one. You know, you can't really expect a better one than that. 2 was good. You know, solid offside. Maybe she's running a touch towards the ball.
Just
but no,
went a little flat-footed.
Yeah, exactly. And here just pulled early a little bit. We saw that with Paige at 5 at 11, and so she was slow there out of the turn. And then Alice, probably at that point was like, okay, let's make sure I don't mess up. Let's not go for it too much and risk being in 8th place. So Alice finishes at least 1 off the bottom in 7th place.
You know, and the thing about slalom is it's almost a complete mind game. You know, you're out there, you're going from one side to the other, and you're trying to make sure that you don't become your own worst enemy.
That's 100% true. I completely agree with you. Manon straight through the middle of the gates there. She was very late on that gate. That was interesting. I wonder, as we saw everyone a little bit narrow yesterday and a little bit slow on that gate, she looked like she was fast and she went right through the middle. Beautiful pass after that though. But no, I completely agree with you, Tony. That's what's so hard about slalom skiing is there's so much. Well, we'll get back to that after we go to Wade.
Indeed.
Hey guys, here with Miss Alice Bagnoli. And Alice, I know you left something on the table. We got to look at your 11 meters. What was going through your mind through the gates and as you were beginning the course?
You know, I was talking to Mario at the end of the leg that I was telling him that I was thinking too much. So I try not to think like crazy going into my 11. I had a faster gate that I wanted to. My biggest problem is that when I have someone in front of me that puts like a 4 or a 5, which they didn't run, I kind of got stuck with that score and I didn't go or attack full on in the whole pass. So I was just a little bit hesitant. I was like, okay, 4, 5. So I just didn't attack from the beginning.
No, I'm actually glad you brought that up for those of you watching. If you ski to nationals or something, there's all of a sudden that to take the lead, you have to get all the way down, but not all of it. It is maybe a little different mentality if the first person just totally rips it up, takes the pressure off, right?
That's exactly. My goal for next year is no matter what the people do in front of me, I just need to go out there and lose it all, risk it to lose it all. You know, if I fall at the first buoy, well, it happens. But I went out there and tried for it instead of just barely getting around 4 and taking the second lead.
Well, you at least had a great year, got lots of great scores, and had lots of fun interviewing you all summer. So have a great winter.
Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone for the organization. It's a great tournament.
Back to you guys. Cool.
And we can say a thank you to her for all of that she does behind the scenes at TWC. She'll be back in the webcast trailer, slaving away to get you
and
the webcast that we're seeing.
And very candid with her comments as well. I mean, she's very self-aware and knows what she needs to work on in the off-season. Probably take a little bit of a break in the off-season. And then when the ski gets back out in the water, she's going to be as determined as you'll see any Italian be.
Yeah, and I think it comes. We're just seeing Manon get through 12 here. This is her second pass. She went in on 13. No dramas there whatsoever. It goes back to exactly what you were saying before, Tony, about the sort of mental part of it. Like, you know, there's a lot to think about when you're slalom skiing. You've got to think about staying on top of your ski, all the technique. You got to think about, what you're aiming for. You know, we talked yesterday about aiming for certain scores. Well, you don't want to get it in your head too much.
Yeah.
And, that's, you got to go for a lead. You got to go for that, beat the person that's in front of you or whatever. And Alice said that she was just going a little bit too tentative. You need to find your right level of attack. That's, you've got to temper the adrenaline to not go completely crazy and fall in too early, but you've got to be able to attack. And Alice said that she didn't attack enough. I thought she had a great start, but yeah, just a little bit kind of maybe angsty at 3 to get going without really sort of, moving enough with the ski, more with the upper body, which we all can, be guilty of doing.
All right then.
So go ahead.
As we continue on, we're getting messages right now from the live chat, and one question that's been raised is, what's the reason skiers have tape dangling from the handle loop? Is it a visual to look down the line coming out the turn or something like that, or is there
tape on the handle loop? I think that will happen at some tournaments where they'll measure your handle and make sure you can't change it, or you can adjust your handle. It's often not tape; it's just a piece of rope that's sort of loose. I think Sasha Descun has it, like so he can sort of change the length of his handle if he needs to. We as much as you go through a season, your handle stretches. You need to make it a little bit shorter at a tournament. You don't want to finish your set and for it to be out of tolerance and therefore have your score taken away, as we saw with Corey Vaughan last year at the Travers Grand Prix. Manon Costard is coming in. It's 11 meters. 6 boys needed really to even keep her seeding and to have a chance going forward. She ran 11 once yesterday. She missed it another time. She was very disappointed. She looked pretty good these first 2 passes. So let's have a look. It's a better gate.
11. Purple.
Let's have a look. It's a wheelie 1. Let's see what she can do here at 2. And it's a little slow, but I think she'll be in okay shape. She's a very good skier. She's deep at 3. Over to 4, come on, Manon, and over to 5, and I think she'll be okay. So, Tony, it's your favourite word. It's the safety check there at 5, but she's through. She's in the lead, and she's going to come at worst 5th here, taking those 6 boys. It wasn't stellar skiing, but it was better than her second round yesterday, and she's dangerous, Manon. Right? I mean, let's be honest. She's won a tournament this year. She's been on a bunch of podiums, and former world champion, former master champion, former Moomba champion. She's won a lot further pro tournaments. Let's have a look at this. Little Taily there at 1, over to 2. I was a touch nervous to see what was going to happen, but she got through 2. Maybe didn't fully commit, but the ski didn't do anything too mad. Gave her the chance. 3 was big, but she's strong. She's of all the girls remaining, they're very strong and very committed. Went on sort of starting that pack of extremely strong in their position as well as in their bodies, and she was able to get around boy 6, and she has a chance. She'll be coming back at 39 off, and she'll be trying to put as big of a score as possible to, let's be honest, Whitney, Jamie, Regina, and Ali have been the dominant skiers. They've won the most pro tournaments between them in the last 3, 4, 5 years. Whitney and Regina the last 15 years. So Manon will need something good here to break into that top 4, that top 3, and higher. But she's capable. She has run 10.75 this year, as have all the remaining women. Manon did it a head-to-head at San Gervasio in mid-July, early July. Let's have a look. She's ready to finish her season, hopefully strongly. She's through 11. She has the lead. How high will that lead be? How high will she set that bar for the remaining skiers? Let's see. She's moving over to 1, and it's not a bad boy 1. Let's see how she can do it 2. It's over the front. Will she be able to get to 3? Come on, Manon. Let's see how she can do it. She's strong, and I think that's. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. I wonder. Now it's going to be between 3 and 2.5. We went over the Travers Grand Prix. The score, she has to hold the handle through the center or through the first of the gates, I guess to the left hand side of the boat as we look at it. Let's have a look. I thought 1, she did well to stay on the ski, pulled long to 2, and watch the handle here all the way over the front. Very, very, very off balance, but pulled over to 3. And this is a bit of we saw it with Dane Meckley yesterday. So close to getting that big turn, and I wonder if we'll see it better. I don't know if that's a 2.5 or
I think
or
it's 2.5.
It could be closer to that, but we're not judging Tony. We'll have a look from here and have a better look. But yeah, I think that could well be a 2.5, which is a score that it's a 3. It's confirmed as 3.
Wow.
So front foot, first wake, holding the handle, skiing position. When the skiing position is the ski has to be supported fully, supporting the weight fully. A little bit of a chop. Yeah, that's it. That's a 3. That's good judging in my opinion. And okay, it's not the score she would have wanted. It is her best score of the tournament. As we look at the scores that will be ahead of us here, Ali Nicholson ran. What did she run yesterday? She ran a 3.5 and a 2. So she's got a score either side of that. Now remember, if Ali or any of the remaining women tie with Manon, they will have a superior backup score and therefore go ahead. But Manon has at the very least come 5th here.
And she's on 221 points as a result.
That's right. So she's able to, coming
she's
5th.
able to move 1 place higher right now, because on 221 that would. So looking at the point score for Manon. All right then. So as we work out the points for Manon Costard, as Ali gets through pass number 1, which is 30 meters, let's check in with Wade.
Guys, how cool is this? Last 4 skiers, best 4 ladies in the world for 2 years running. Largest purse on the line for the year. Waterski Pro Tour title on the line. Could get any better than this? Thanks, Greater Miami Ski Club, for having us, man. Action is going down right now. Back to you guys.
He's right, Tony. It doesn't get any better than this. We've got huge action coming up. We've got Ali Nicholson, who ran 39 off 10.75 last weekend at the King of Darkness, and did her best score of the year. She's in hot form. She will be coming back in on her second pass here on 12 meters at 35 off. Before too long, she's got a score of 3 to beat, but she knows that if she wants to take, I think, her 5th ever win. She's won 4 before. She won earlier this year in Marrakesh in Africa. She will be needing to really get all the way through that 39 off and really get over to 2 at 41 to have any chance, I'm going to say. This is very, very exciting, and of course after Ali, very motivating for Ali in a lot of ways. That she, after her, she has the 3 best skiers of the last few years, the ones that have taken all the big titles since 2009 really. This is it's a huge field today. Ali joining the ranks of the elite. She got on the podium at the World Championships last year, really improving, and it's been a breakout couple of seasons for her to really be pushing these last 3 women and getting in amongst them. Not her best 12, I'm going to say. She pulled very long to 4, but nothing that's going to phase her, and she's over to 6, and that's no problem.
Nicely done there for Ali Nicholson, who in the off season is a traveling nurse. So after she gets done with this competition, she's back to taking trips all across the country wherever her services are needed. There are plenty of medical facilities all across the country who have an acute nursing staff shortage, and kind of bridging that gap a little bit is Ali Nicholson during her in her professional life. But she's on the water right now, hoping to try and put a nice little button upon the season. And Ali Nicholson, highly aggressive skiing athlete out there. I know, I just absolutely just get behind her. I mean, she gets from one side of the course. She's just absolutely determined to get from one side to the course from one side of the course to the other at breakneck speed, and is able to control her speed and her width and her turn to be able to execute all 6 buoys. So Ali Nicholson right now currently on 224 points, which keeps her at arm's length away from Manon Costar, who is on 218. So no movement there for Manon Costard above 5th place where she is right now. But Ali Nicholson, let's see what she's got coming in. Pass number 3, 11.25 meters. Gets it to go off number 1. Round number 2, a little tail heavy on that one. Round number 4 is all over this on 5, and the best looking 11.25 meter pass that we've seen so far today. That is Ali Nicholson. And Ali Nicholson, by virtue of the fact that she's gotten to that point, is currently in 2nd spot right now. If she is to vault any higher and get above Manon Costar, who is on 3 at 10.75 meters, if she is to take the lead, then she will maintain her seeding. And if she does that on the Waterski Pro Tour points, then that would give her at the very least 239 points, and when you factor that in relation to the other skiers, then 238 would keep her exactly where she is right now. So looking at Ali Nicholson from the United States.
Ali's been, I think, at every tournament this year. Every single one, huge supporter of professional water skiing. I think probably the only ones that have done every single tournament are her and Jamie, I would say, in the women's field, and maybe even the men's too. So Ali traveled Europe. She went to Africa where she won the first ever pro tournament in Africa, as far as I know. She's had a great year. That was a big win for her, and she's right here. And what I was really impressed with her last week, in order to make the top 4 final at the King of Darkness, she had to go out and run a full 4 at 39. Well, she went out and ran 5. So I think she's got the pedigree. She's on good form. She ran 39 off last week. Let's see. Ali Nicholson comes in at 10.75, and what will we see here? She's got the onside on buoy 1.
There's 1.
It's a wheelie at 1. I think she's going to be in trouble. She's over to 2.
She's round
and she's got 1.5.
and on the back, which means that she loses a seeding spot in this final. That means she drops potentially from 4th to 5th, because Manon Costard still holds the lead and has vaulted up from her points potential of 5th to 4th spot at this time. And Ali Nicholson, with her 5th place at the very least secured, she's on 237 points. And that could have a bearing with the point scores around about that range of 4th and 5th on the women's slalom. Okay, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Manon Costard, our leader in the clubhouse, former world champ. We've got your 10-7 lined up here. Congrats on leading, and let's walk us through this.
Thank you, yeah. I was pretty happy with this set compared to yesterday. I think I finally found my setup on the boat. It felt a lot more like what I'm used to. I just needed to be careful not to go too far forward and let the boat sort of pick me up a little bit too early on 2-4, and that's what happened on 2. So I got a little late, and then at 3 here you see me just going forward quite a lot. I basically spent the week trying to get used to A2, which is not what works for me. I always look for the rope at the end of the turn, so that makes me ski a certain way, and I don't think it's the best way for me. So on this one, I just went B2, was feeling the rope early, felt really nice, but then since I got used to moving more forward to get this, the ski working and moving with A2, then it counter-effected and went a little bit too far forward on 2 and 3 at 10. But yeah, no, I'm happy. It's a much better result than what I expected after yesterday. So.
No, good deal. We're going to let her get back because she's leader in the clubhouse for now. Back to you guys.
All right, now let's continue on, and here is the start of the battle for the women's slalom season-long title on the Waterski Pro Tour. That is Regina Jaquist. She opens up with the pass of 30 meters to get things up and running, and Regina Jaquist, originally from the Peach State of Georgia, but many years ago moved to the Florida Panhandle, and it is there where she resides, working as a compound pharmacist over in Santa Rosa Beach in Walton County, which is almost about as far north as you can get from Miami if you intend to drive that. Close to about 1,100 or 1,200 miles between Miami-Dade County and Walton County.
Tony, you're the man that drives a lot. I'm always impressed with the amount of miles you put on your car. But no, this is very exciting. We're seeing Jamie Bull in our picture here, who is the incumbent at the top of the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard somewhere, something that, she has been there for the whole season since she won at Swiss, the first tournament of the year. And Regina is out there trying to take that away from her. Regina's been on a tear. She's really, caught up and she's within touching distance. Again, with these huge points on offer, and with the fact that Regina didn't go to all the tournaments throughout the year, she really stayed only in the US. I think that, I know that Regina can gain more points here because the sort of the throwaway events, if you like, that Jamie has, Regina doesn't have so many of them, so she can improve by a lot of points here. And if she, basically, to make it very clear, Regina has to come first or second, and Jamie has to come more than one space below her.
Indeed, almost building up to a crescendo that very much alike to Formula One as that season continues on. Not too many events to go in that sport, and the point gap between the top two protagonists in that sport could come down to how many places end up separating the two towards the end of the season. We are at the very last event on the Waterski Pro Tour, and yes, the title will be decided here within the next three competitors, the first of which is Regina Jaquess.
Regina, as we always say, the most decorated female slalom skier of all time. She has, I think, 3 World Championship titles, 2013, 15, and 17. She has, as she said yesterday, 10 Masters titles. She won her first Moomba title this year. She's won everything else a number of times. 9 Swiss Pro titles. I think Malibu Open, she has 10 or so.
And she won the last one last season with a brand new world record.
She came second in that one. Jamie won that one. Because the world record was in the second round of qualifying.
Yeah, but she'd already. Yeah, like I say, I mean, she got the world record, but unfortunately not able to get the competition. But I tell you what, you talk about a competitor who has been absolutely dominant for so many years, so many decades, encompassing a highly stellar career. It is Regina Jaquess.
It certainly is, but she'll be, there's no athlete in the world that doesn't want to be seen the best in every avenue of the sport, especially one that sort of, often has been the best, like Regina has been. And, she wants this Waterski Pro Tour title. It's the, maybe the one thing of the 4, this is the 4th year it's been on. She's never won it. It's basically the only thing in the sport she hasn't won. She's set numerous world records. She's won World Championships, Masters, Moombas. She's won basically every pro event going multiple times. She's won here in Miami. If she wins here again and Jamie doesn't come in the top 2, then she will win the tour. And I believe that'll be a big achievement for her. We'll see the coronation of the champion of the tour later on. There'll be trophies presented after the trophies from the Miami Pro themselves. And Regina is through 11. And, we always say we don't need to sort of watch these passes too closely because we know how Regina's going to run it. Didn't have her best first round yesterday, did she, Tony?
No, not exactly. Regina Jaquess kind of struggled there right from the outset, and that's the reason why she's coming off the dock relatively soon compared to what she's done in the past. I mean, Regina Jaquess 3 on 10.75 yesterday in the first round, and half at 10.25 meters in the second round, and what separates her and from the rest of the field, what the rest of the field has got in separation to Regina Jaquess is the fact that Jamie Ball was able to get half a buoy further down the course at least, and Whitney McClintock-Reaney, our last skier to take to the water, and she scored 2 at 10.25 meters. And tell you what, Whitney McClintock-Reaney has really been blasting it towards the end of the season.
She really has. I mean, it's I cannot express enough how great. I mean, everyone will agree with me, but how great it is to watch. Really these last 3 skiers go head to head every weekend. So good. The level's so high. We are now at the point where we're surprised when any of the 3 misses 10.75. And often we're seeing 3 of them run it, and we're trying to see who ran it the best. Regina Jaquess is coming back in at 10.75. The lead is 3. She's going to think she can run more than 3. She did it yesterday. She skied very aggressively through her 10.75 on her second round. I think she'll probably have every chance of going through it. Let's have a look. It's 10.75. Regina Jaquess, will she run it and put the pressure and take the lead in the Waterski Pro Tour? Let's see. Well, she's about to take the lead here with a full 3 and over to 4, and she's in great shape, and it's really good. Over to 5, little stand up, but over to 6, and there's no problem, and she's really putting the pressure on. She's taken the lead, and the pressure is on those remaining on the dock, on Jamie and on Whitney, who skied so well yesterday, but will have to repeat their excellent skiing yesterday. to have a chance of winning. We'll have to see. I mean, what's Regina going to score here, Tony?
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, she's vaulted herself into a third spot at the extreme least. I mean, there are 2 other competitors to go. She's taken the lead in this competition, and at the very least, it should be on 299 points as it stands right now. But looking to try and cement her dominance in this event, the Miami Pro, by going down course a little bit further. Now, there's always the target of having the best score in the competition. The current best score in the competition so far is Whitney McClintock-Rini with 2 on this next line lap coming up, so a lot of potential going forwards.
That's right. There's some big skiing to happen, and Jamie is sitting on the dock next, and I hope she won't mind me saying she's one of the calmer people I ever know, and she's an elite athlete, but someone that you wouldn't necessarily know from her demeanor that she has, fighting her. She's sitting there looking so calm, but I know for a fact that she'll be getting mentally ready for her set. She's got a battle ahead. Regina is out there. She's got she's got a chance. Jamie has it in her hands, but Regina has a chance. If she can get a big score, she ran 2.5 or 2 1/4, got around 3 with a big crash at the King of Darkness last week. If Regina can run a 2 here, then she's going to be in very, very, very good shape to win the tournament and also, therefore, win the tour, obviously, depending on what Jamie does. Let's see, Regina Jacobs, slow pull out.
This is where the rubber meets the road, folks. Here we go, 10.25 meters. There's number 1, and she will not get the top performance, and therefore Regina Jacobs, she's on 1. She's still in the lead in this competition with 2 more competitors to go. But what that essentially does means that with 2 competitors remaining, Whitney McClintock-Rini still has the best performance 2-point bonus.
So, that's right, Whitney has the best score, but that's only 2 points. There's a lot of points on offer today. For first place, it's 80 points, and I think second place is 64. Now, of course, there are a number of, if you have a 5th place, with 20 points or whatever, then if you come first, you take away the 20 from the 80. That means you have a delta of 60 points. So let's see what happens. This is, as you say, Tony, this is where the rubber meets the road. It's not just for this tournament, although that's very exciting in itself, but for the whole year. And the dominance of the whole year is the number 1, number 2, and number 3 spot. I don't think Whitney can quite catch Jamie in first, but I think she can definitely she can definitely keep second. Which I think is, she's in 3rd right now, but she can definitely get 2nd. And Whitney, there's so much going on, and Jamie will be skiing next. She's still sitting there looking extremely, extremely calm, and she's cool as a cucumber, isn't she, Tony?
Yes, indeed. Cool as the cucumber, or indeed the other side of the pillow.
That's right. She's going to be putting her ski on in just a minute to go out and basically, try and beat Regina. I think, let's be honest, the as much as the tour it will be an aim for her. She wants to win this tournament. She's had an uncharacteristic spell of not winning for 3 or 4 tournaments, but she's so capable and she's always there. She was at the very edge of winning. I mean, I can't tell you how close she was at the Travis Grand Prix a number of weeks ago. She looked fantastic that whole weekend. And we'll see what Jamie is capable of here. I think Regina, just going back to her performance, it's hilarious, isn't it, really, Tony, in the context of where we were not so long ago. But 1 at 10.25 may not cut it, and it may really end up 3rd.
Right, you are, as we see Regina Jacobs make her way back into the shore and far from the madding crowd, as it were, as the boat now makes its way to the dock, and we've got all right then, folks, we have got about to take to the water from North Bay in Ontario, Canada.
AC on the seats.
this is going to be Jamie Bowl, the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour standings.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Thank you.
Just making sure that the rope and the handle are situated. All right then. So a lot of permutations could come into play here, Freddie. But here is the rub. In order for Jamie Bull to finish at least high enough in this competition to keep her at arm's length away from a resurgent Regina Jaquist, we believe that she needs to score at least one at 10.25 meters to do that.
There is a situation. You're absolutely right. There is just one caveat to that. There is a situation if Jamie runs one and Whitney runs one, and they have a runoff, and Jamie ends up third, and Whitney ends up first, or Regina ends up first, then that will be enough for Regina to go ahead. So she, whichever way she does it, I think she absolutely has to run 39. I think to have a chance. I think Whitney will probably run
absolutely.
it.
That's academic.
So it's really going to come down. We can say that Regina has left the door open for the tour and for the tournament, which will be in the forefront of her mind by only getting one. It's very, very difficult to say what it's going to be. We're going to go over to Wade.
All right, let's check in.
Hi, guys. Here with Nina Jacobs, and we are the speaker. I'm sorry, but hey, 39. What happened at the 41? I know you wanted more.
No, especially after running a 39 like that, and then you get one at 41, you might as well have gone into the dock after that. But no, 39 was great, and I thought I had set myself up pretty good for 41, but just almost got sucked into one ball and barely got around it. So name of the game, not going to be enough, but it is what it is. I'm happy that I kind of got my stuff together and figured it out, because I was happy that 39 was so good. And next time when I run 39 that good, I'm either coming in or I'm getting past one. But it's awesome to be here at the Miami Pro and being able to ski behind the Nautique and having all these guys support us here. It's fun. It's a good way to end the season down here in Miami and be able to pack it up and go into next year.
Well, you are a true champion, and we never know what's going to happen. You guys pay it in a few minutes. Back to you guys.
All right, so we see Whitney McClintock-Rini on the starting dock. And unless Jamie Ball can come through in the next few minutes with a score that supersedes 2 at 41 off, Whitney McClintock-Rini currently has possession of those 2 bonus points on the Waterski Pro Tour for having the best score in a particular event. Here we go. Let's see what Jamie Ball can do. 12 meters. Should be relatively straightforward.
It is straightforward. And Jamie, I mean, the thing is, she knows if she can get any piece of 2 at 41, she will take the tour. She will win the Waterski Pro Tour for the year, and she will have a very good chance of winning the event. Of course, she's got the tour in her hands, i.e., she must finish. If she goes ahead of Regina, then she'll win the tour. She doesn't have the event in her hands because Whitney, is coming right after her, and will be, having been, arguably the most consistent, victorious and performing skier of the last few events. She's been top seed at the last 2 events. We'll have something to say with whatever Jamie's score ends up being.
All right, a little bit of happy music being played there on the starting dock we just saw there from Whitney McClintock-Rini, but on the water itself is Jamie Bull, who when she's gotten done with this competition, she'll be a few days away from taking the trek up into the Canadian Rockies, specifically the resort of Whistler, where she is a backwards ski guide, and keeping everyone safe up there from all the hazards of skiing in that type of environment. And I mean, and it's probably fair to say that a lot of the technique that we see from Jamie Bull has derived a lot from what she does in the winter off season. You know, she'd only spent a couple of weeks in the season before entering her first pro event, which was the Swiss Pro Slalom, and she'd excelled pretty well in that one.
Yeah, Jamie. Well, let's just get through this 11 first, and she's looking good. Little, you know, the typical Jamie Bull hitch, and then the typical very good offside turn that we're so used to seeing. Good onside there at buoy 4, and you know, solid pass. Not the best buoy 5. Usually, you know, that's Jamie's trademark. Is you don't often see someone ski sweep through so in such a balanced fashion and continuously as Jamie's. The tip of that ski of that HO with that bull insignia that we saw on it yesterday, Tony, but didn't get that at 5. She'll come back here and she'll know. I mean, you know, maybe she's nervous. Maybe, you know, she wants to win the tournament. She look. I don't think she can hear me at the other end, you know, with the speakers on site. But it's been a number of tournaments since she won, and that's not something she's used to. She's been so successful the last number of years, and I think the last tournament that she won was the San Gervasio Pro-Am all the way back in July. Since then, there's been Oxford, California, Mastercraft Pro, Travers, King of Darkness. That's 5 tournaments, and you know she wants this. She doesn't want to finish the season having not won, you know, for the second half of it. She's so capable. She was so close to the Travers Grand Prix. She skied well at every tournament. She just hasn't quite got over the line. And you think that? Sorry, Tony.
Just hasn't to come through with like the decisive, you know.
Well, it's not like she's not done enough. It's like just everyone else has just done a little bit more. You know, if it hasn't been, because she hasn't lost consistently to the same person. She's lost in that time. She lost Roman at Oxford, Whitney, Regina, of those next 4 tournaments. So
all right. So this is how it's shaping up right now. 10.75 meters coming up.
Thank you.
And Jamie Bull has got to essentially run this pass and then put something in excess of 1 at 10.25 meters to give her the victory, and thus also give her the victory on the Waterski Pro Tour as well at the same time. But first things first, this pass needs to be run.
Let's see it. Come on, Jamie. We'd love to see this run by all the remaining women. Jamie's over to buoy 1. She's got a good buoy 1. Let's see how 2
is. On the back. There's number 2. She's even further down course. She's round number 3. Now she's going to have to hustle here. She's round number 4. Let's see what she does on 5.
Oh,
a little bit on the back of the ski. And she manages to get through.
I love it. I've got to say, I don't know why. It just makes me so happy to see that, because she was hustling the whole way down. She's making faces to someone on the bank. But look, it's exactly the same as Swiss Pro. She started the season she's finishing the season as she ended it. She's finishing the season as she started it. At the Swiss Pro, she did exactly the same, you know, in bad shape into buoy 5, and just got that phenomenal turn that I think really she's the only one in the back that's able to sort of pull that out. So
in terms of this competition, Jamie Bull currently in second spot right now, still continuing to ski, 6 at 10.75 meters or 6 at 39.5 off, still in the lead. Here's Regina Jaquist. On 1 on the next pass coming up, 10.25 meters.
So she's, like you say, Tony, she's 1 buoy behind the lead right now. God, what a turn at 5. 1 buoy behind the lead right now, and if she can get a full 1, she's in good shape. But it will, you know, in the context of today, that means that there'll be a runoff if Whitney doesn't beat them. It will mean that she'll be second if Whitney does beat them. But Jamie wants to win. She hasn't won in a number of tournaments, and she deserves to win. You know, due to her status as, you know, one of the very best top 3 women in the world on a very consistent basis. She's got a lot of seconds in that time. But here we are. If she can get over to 2, she'll take the lead, and then it'll be up to Whitney. If she can get over to 2, she will be the winner of the tour. So let's have a look. Let's cheer Jamie.
Let's
see what she can do.
A possible win of this event and a win on the Waterski Pro Tour is in her grasp.
It's tense, isn't it, Tony? 10.25, 41 off. Jamie Bull, will she get the turn at 1 that she needs?
There's 1.
She'll get over to 2, I think. Will she throw it? She's around it. She's not. She's not even claiming it. I think she's inside, and That's a 1, and it just shows those are the margins of our sport, right? So Regina goes over there, doesn't get any sort of turn with a bit of an average gate, gets 1. Jamie basically hits 2, many 30, 40 feet further over, and she only gets 1. So this means that there's a tie. Now, okay, let's put it in the context of just today. We're not going to talk about the tour just for a second. Just for today, Whitney goes out, runs 1.5 or 1.25 even, which we've seen her do a lot. Let's just see how close this is, Tony.
Oh my word!
So close.
Just barely inside.
Barely inside. So if Whitney goes and beats the two of them and gets a piece of 2, then that puts Whitney first, Jamie second, Regina third. If Whitney fails to beat them, that means a runoff between Regina and Jamie. Jamie then will then at that point win the tour because she's guaranteed second. If Whitney ties 1, then it'll be a 3-way runoff between Whitney, Regina, and Jamie, which would be quite the way to end the season, I'm going to say.
Yes, indeed.
Especially as we saw Jamie and Whitney go head-to-head in a runoff, running 10.75 off the dock, Whitney did. So let's see, basically, look, at the end of the day, Jamie wants to win the tour, but I think probably in the eyes of today, she won't want to leave today having not won. So she'll be hoping probably for a runoff to then go and have the chance to then go and win the tournament outright. She doesn't want Whitney to go beat her. She'll probably welcome her tying her because then she can go and really show at the end of the season, her pure dominance if she's able to do that.
And I think it's probably fair to say that if Regina, if you're within earshot, you probably know the situation far better and far sooner than me. But the potential of a runoff is imminent, so be on standby with ski gloves and all of that kind of stuff.
God, I love it, right? It comes down to the last set of the season to see where the tour ends up. And again, I think that I think Whitney could end up as high as second. She could stay in third. Jamie could end up second. It's all to play for. Regina can come anywhere from third to first. So let's see. It all comes down to what Whitney's going to do, and then potentially a runoff thereafter. This is extremely, extremely good stuff. This is what we like to see in terms of when we turn on the TV to watch water skiing, and it's what we see in some ways week to week with these three very dominant ladies who pass the wins back and forth between them on a fairly equal basis. But this is really getting interesting, very exciting.
Getting very, 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 very close towards the end. It does have to be said. I mean, people of a certain vintage would hark back to the mid or late 1970s when you had the likes of James Hunt and Niki Lauda battle for the title towards the end, with the British driver ending up as world champion by 1 point. It's. This battle right here could be just as close.
Well, I mean, I think the Formula One's happening at the same time as this, but I think everyone will probably, if you're a true water ski fan, you've turned it off and you're staying tuned here because there's some really exciting stuff happening just now. Whitney's going to take the water. She's going to run 13. She'll come back on 12, 32 and 35. 38 or 11 will be a formality, and then it's down to will she run 39. Jamie, conversely to being closer to 2 and further over than Regina, Jamie was, I mean, I'm not going to say fortunate, but she really was on the very edge of not running that 39 off, that 10.75, where Regina ran hers pretty easily. So very, very exciting. Down to the last skier of the whole year goes the tour, goes all the podium spots. And of course, the Miami Pro completely in the balance also, with the first, second and third of this tournament, the one we're sitting here commentating on, also in the balance.
All right, then, and as Whitney McLean-Tocarini goes through pass number 1, we'll send it over to Wade's World once again.
Hey guys, this is one of the best weights and one of the worst weights in the world. We love it. We love to be in the moment. And yeah, tell me about your moment.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted a piece of 2 there, so tried for that and almost died in the process. So happy to be here and to stay warm, and we'll see what happens.
Little helter-skelter, that's where we like it on Sundays. Back to you guys.
Indeed, and there's still a potential scenario in place that could be the last resort for someone like Regina Jaquist, who is currently in that tied lead with Jamie Ball. And that scenario is this: if Whitney McClintock-Rini forces a three-way runoff with one at 10.25 meters, then Whitney McClintock-Rini, I mean, in that possible scenario, if Regina Jaquist ends up winning that three skier runoff and if Jamie Ball ends up being in third, then Whitney McClintock-Rini becomes the person in between with that one person separation in that instance.
It really is mad how close this is shaping up to be. And I mean, I'm thinking back to the runoffs that I remember happening in the women's field at the top. I think that I remember two between Jamie and Whitney in 2021 at the Malibu Open, and then again at the Travers Grand Prix just a few weeks ago. Whitney coming out on top in both of those. But I don't remember a runoff between Jamie and Regina. I could be missing something, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But I think we could honestly be on to. Well, Whitney's been doing very well at getting over to 2, very consistently. She looks as good as she ever has, in my opinion. But so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But we are potentially seeing a 3-way runoff for the win here at the Miami Pro, which will have huge repercussions on the season-long tour leaderboard.
And just to exemplify what we're seeing there in that potential battle, where Whitney McClintock-Rini would be the only left foot forward skier, and when you're getting down to such fine margins in terms of being able to get outside of buoy's width at 10.25 meters, having that kind of advantage could be crucial coming forward there, Freddie.
We'll just go to Wade and I'll answer your question, Tony.
Indeed.
So, hey guys, you want to be in one of the world's loneliest places? Be the top seed in a slalom final. Just a couple moments ago, there was Whitney McClintock-Rini and Gonzalo, the dock starter, Connor, our camera guy. That was it. Saturday qualifying round, man, there's ants marching everywhere. By Sunday final, it's the loneliest place on earth, but it's the most exciting, most intense place to be, and I love being here. Enjoying it. Back to you guys.
He's not wrong. It is he's sitting there knowing that your whole season's come up to this point. You're just trying to get the win that's going to make you happy throughout the whole winter. So Whitney is going to go out, and going back, Tony, to what you're saying about Whitney being left foot forward, that means that if she runs the 39, the 10.75, she will have an onside turn on 1, which will give her a better chance of turning it over to 2, get any piece of 2, and she wins this tournament, taking her 3rd win, I think, of the year, and her 3rd in 5. That would also put Jamie into 2nd place ahead of Regina, and therefore Jamie will go ahead in the tour to keep her lead. That's right, 11 meters, Whitney. It's not going to be any dramas. We'll see what she's doing. It's all pretty good. What do you think, Tony?
Yeah, looking pretty hunky-dory so far. There we go. That's 4. That's 5, and number 6. There we go. That is 11.25 meters, and just an absolute joy to watch her ski and out there on the slalom course. And still one of the very few people that will use a full-on one-handed gate shot for a preparation into each pass.
Yeah, she's one of the few to do it. We talked about Paige Rini. We talked about Steve Neveu. The commonality is that they all ski with Matt Rini. They all ski for Canada. Although Matt said to us that it's not something that he necessarily pushes people to do, but it's what they like, and Whitney uses it very, very well. She's got a lot. The problem with the one-handed gate sometimes is that people have a lot of extra movement. Well, Whitney's very consistent. She just knows how to do it, and it's extremely effective. And that's borne out by the scores that she gets week after week. And she's been getting around 2 more than I think she ever has before. So consistent. So she'll need to get any piece of 2 to take the win today. Jamie's sitting there a little nervous. I'm not sure we've got eyes on Regina. I'm not sure she's somewhere, doing her little pre-ski routine. This is all very tense, isn't it, Tony?
Yes, absolutely. Jamie Ball right there Not too far away from her is Jonathan Travers, who will be slaloming himself in the not too distant future. And we will see how things shape up between now and then. But critically for Whitney McClintock-Rini, I mean, she could play the joker, she could play the spoiler in terms of the Waterski Pro Tour final rankings. Let's see if she can get through this one, and let's see what scenarios could be played out from here. 10.75 meters, Whitney McClintock-Rini. Big one. Huge one into number 2. Almost takes a little bit too much of a chunk there on number 2, but she's good on number 3. She is as early as can be on 10.75 meters, and there you go, Whitney McClintock-Rini. So it's game on.
She's playing her part, isn't she? She's just, bringing this drama up and up and up. That was a beautiful 10.75. We didn't see Regina's from front on too well, but Whitney looked fantastic there. A couple of big turns, but just so balanced. And what you can see is she just looks so controlled into her offside, and that ski just turned beautifully on around 2 and 4. And you just knew that with the strength that she has and the confidence that she has right now, that she's going to turn 3 and 5 very well. So let's see. I mean, I've got to say, I think these 1, 3, and 5 turns are ominous. I think that Jamie and Regina won't have wanted to see how good she turned out. That's basically perfect. It's very, very good, balanced over her feet, moving really well. No oversteer, no understeer. Just getting the ski, pointing across to where she wants it. So in control, and that's as good of a 10.75 as I think I've seen anyone run all year. Perfect Boy 4. I think did she win it? She ran it every round, and she's got a 2 yesterday. So any piece of 2 will give her the lead. We'll take the win away from Regina and Jamie. And
what about her own standing on the Waterski Pro Tour?
I think it'll put her into second, I believe.
Indeed. We'll see how things shape up. But here it is, in no uncertain terms. Whitney McClintock-Rini, if she gets round number 1 into the wakes, it forces a runoff. If a score is beyond number 1, that would cement her title. Victory. It would put Jamie Bull in second and Regina Jacquez in third, and thus give Jamie Bull the season-long title. But let's have a look and see what transpires here. 10.25 meters.
Any piece of 2 cannot fall at 1. 1 will force a runoff. Let's see it. Whitney McClintock-Rini, she's over to 1. Onside turn.
She's
going to be enough. It's going to get her over to 2.
Outside number 2.
Very, very, very good skiing.
And she takes the victory.
Congratulations to Whitney.
And that also hands another Canadian a victory. It is Jamie Bull, your season-long champion.
Well, the Canadians helping each other out in some ways. So look, let's put it in plain English here. Whitney McClintock wins the tournament. She is first. Jamie Bull comes second because she has a superior backup score to Regina Jacquez. Regina Jacquez is in third. The podium is Canada, USA. Let's just have a look at how good this was. That's a really good one. That's a really, really good one. Over to 2. Probably not thinking about turning it too much. Congratulations to Whitney. Just to be clear, right?
And she gets the 2 additional points for having the best score.
She
tied.
does. I think that puts her at 313 points, and that's very, very solid. I think she's come third on. Let's go to the tour leaderboard. Jamie Bull wins. I believe it's. I can't actually say who's in second. I think if Regina, I think Whitney comes second actually with 313 points. I think Regina. We'll go to Wade quickly and we'll figure that out
You'll figure that out as we have the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Wade's World.
Guys, Miss Jamie Bull, our 2024 Waterski Pro Tour champion. So kind of a good consolation prize if you don't win the damn tournament, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a good season, so happy to finish it off. And Whitney's skiing amazing, and she killed it out there, so that's awesome for her. And I'm obviously everyone comes here to win, but I'm definitely not upset with second place and having to go out and get it done, even just to tie with Regina there and put some extra pressure on Whitney. So yeah, not upset with the weekend, and not upset with the year either. So it's good.
And what a fabulous year. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge team of people, that goes behind. So, yeah, thanks to my sponsors, these guys that are standing here who have been taking care of me since I was a little kid and making sure my skiing's on track. So, and the team I travel with, my parents, and whole Travers Ski School as well. So,
Congrats, girl. Well done. Back to you guys.
All right, there. And coming into dock, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please. Your Miami Pro Women's Slalom Champion, Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Huge congrats to her. And I think, what I can say is that I mentioned that Whitney might be the form skier. She's always getting around that two at 10.25. And what has that done for her? I mean, since the tour returned to the USA with the California Pro-Am at the end of August, Whitney won that. She then, at the Mastercraft Pro in September, she came 5th. Very disappointing for her, unusual. Never see her off the podium. But then since then, she came first at the Travers Grand Prix the following week. She came 2nd last weekend, very narrowly, and she's won today. So, I mean, her average is extremely, extremely high. Congratulations to Whitney. It's a huge season for her, and, I mean, she's finishing so strong. I mean, just spectacular. Finishing the year, as she... in as dominant a form as maybe she ever has been in her career, and to do that with the women around her, with Jamie and Regina being so strong all the time, that's very, very special to have 3 wins out of 5.
All right, then, and with that, let's check in once again with Wade's World.
Hey, Tony, thanks. Here with our 2024 Miami Pro Slalom Champion, Miss Whitney McClintock-Rini. Congrats.
Thank you. It feels really good. I mean, all weekend I was just trying to dial in my gates and try to feel really strong out there. I was noticing the wind a little bit that round, but I just kept to the plan. God's been really speaking to me to not ski in fear, because those Israelites didn't get into the promised land out of fear. They got into by faithfulness and trusting God. So that's what I did today. I trusted God every step of the way. My 39 was the best of the weekend. I just was like on it every ball, and I know he was just with me through the whole time. Huge thanks to Miami Ski Club for having us here. It's amazing to be here and to finish out the season in Miami, where the sun is shining and it's warm, and we got to wake up on the beach this morning. It was amazing. It's an amazing weekend, and I'm just so thankful for everyone for putting this on. So hopefully we can go back next year.
Well, hey, I saw something throughout the weekend. So you sort of, you were getting your game on, getting your gait styled in, sort of working on your tempo. Everybody sort of, every weekend I heard Will Asher say, hey, all the skiers do is wins. There's something new to whinge about every weekend. What I saw you different today, though, with a little different vibe. You had a little spunk. Yeah, you had the tunes going. It's old school like Camille Duvall. You weren't, here. You were in your sort of own world. And Freddie saw what I did. Your 10.7 was next level. And I stood up there by the TV, and I was like, I already knew who the winner was going to be based on the swag that I'd sort of watched throughout this sort of morning. So congrats. What a way to get your A game on and finish the year.
Thank you so much. I mean, the end of this season, I really tried to dial in with music. Zane made it aware to me that I was listening to sad music a lot coming to the lake, and now I keep it really upbeat, happy dance music before I ski. And I mean, these girls have pushed so hard this fall, and it's been pushing me to just be more dialed, more committed, stronger out there. I'm skiing in every wind. I'm working on 39s no matter what the wind is, and they're making me better, and I'm super thankful to stand on the top today.
Well, congrats. You've earned your time off. Enjoy the winter.
Yay! Thank you. We'll see you guys next year.
Back to you guys.
All right, there, excellent stuff, and good insight as to the tail end of that season. And here are the final Pro Tour standings in the women's slalom. Jamie Bull, your season-long champion on 334 points. Whitney McClintock-Rini moves up from 3rd into 2nd with that performance with 312 points. And 312, and that does actually include the best score bonus. We've got Regina Jacquis in 3rd on 299, Ali Nicholson on 231, and rounding off the top 5 is Manon Costar on 226. Wow, what a season.
Amazing. Oh, yeah, I mean, and look, just going from top down there, I think, well, let's start with Whitney. I mean, she maximized everything today. She got the best score of the whole weekend. She She won the tournament. She's really been on a tear the last few events, and probably would have thought that if she'd have had that form from the start of the season, or maybe participated in a few more events in Europe, that she would have been able to take the whole tour. But very well done to her, huge. But in doing that, she actually cemented and finalized Jamie, who did. Let's be honest. She won. She was leading the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard from start to finish. From the Swiss Pro in early May all the way to today. Pretty special. And let's talk about Regina. I mean, disappointing day for her. She came in thinking she could win the tour. She came in thinking that she could win the whole tournament, and it's just not. But she's ended up third in both. So unfortunate. But Regina's a champion. She started the year off with a win in Australia. I imagine she'll be aiming for that to start next year. But it is fair to say, Tony, I think it's a bit of a privilege to be able to see these guys ski and be so dominant between the three of them.
All right, then, and with that in play, let's check in with Wade's World once again.
Hey guys, here with Miss Regina Jaquist, and wow, I mean, when you told me yesterday about the highlight of the year and your 10th Masters title, it sort of resonated with me, like sort of throughout the day. I was like, wow, it's such big numbers, and you've won a ton of Pro Tour titles over the years. You finished the year ranked number 1. You're the GOAT, right? So you didn't win today, but as usual, you gave it a top 3 run, put big scores out for the girls and it didn't fall your way today.
Yep, no, and that's part of Sunday, right? So it's been really good to be here. And we have a lot of car alarms going off in the parking lot this week. But no, it feels really good to be out here. It didn't go the way I wanted more, especially when you run 39 like that. You get a little gutted when you don't get past 1 at 41. But no, that's part of it. That's at the end of the day, you go back and you learn from these days, not the wins, right? So, but no, it's been a great career, and I've been watching you since I was a kid, and my parents have been able to bring me out to all of the events as growing up. So got to learn from you guys, and it's been awesome. It's been a great ride, and I can't help but thank everybody that's in my corner to get me there, especially my family back home. And yeah, it's been a great weekend. Didn't go out the way I wanted, but hey, it still improved each set, and just needed maybe like one more set to figure it out. But that's how cookie crumbled this weekend.
Well, I am a huge fan, and I know you got a huge fan club at home, and it's been awesome to watch you all year. Enjoy your winter. Back to you guys.
All right, so that concludes women's slalom in the Miami Pro. We're now going to go into the men's competition in just a moment. You are watching continuing live coverage of the Miami Pro for 2024. Alongside Freddie Winter, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and when we return, we'll have the men's slalom final next.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Get the right RV at the right price right now. Over 600 pre-owned RVs in stock. Top brands, low miles, no dealer fees.
This 2023 Jayco Melbourne is just $597 a month.
Visit lamesarv.com today.
All right, we've just concluded the women's slalom event here at the Miami Pro for 2024. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and sitting next to me here is Freddie Winter. And I tell you what, that was pretty exhausting towards the end.
It really was. I mean, it's every week I say it. Like, you know, I've been sitting here with you the last 4 tournaments, including this one, and every single time it's absolutely, you know, incredible to see the back and forth, and you know, then we're sort of exhausted, and then we got to go and watch the men. But hey, better to have too much of a good thing, right?
All right there. So Alvin Neff. Oh my word. I know Alvin Neff. He comes to us from Arkansas in the South Central region. He's won himself a slalom ski.
That's pretty good and very hard to predict. Anyway, here we go. Men's start list. Tim
Tornquist, Dane Meckler, Brana Caruso, Sasha Desko, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher, Jonathan Travers, and Nate Smith. So we've got those 8 finalists, and really the surprise package. Tim Tornquist about to take to water. Here's the men's slalom Pro Tour standings. Will Asher, the unassailable lead on 296. Nate Smith on 210. Corey Vaughan, unfortunately unable to make it through to the final. His destiny is out of his hands. And Jonathan Travers currently in 4th spot on 185. And only marginally behind is Thomas de Gasperi in the top 5 on 167. All right, so yeah, that was exhausting in itself there, Freddie. My apologies to you for that.
No, man, I mean, that's a lot of fun to be sitting here with you, Tony. We're always fortunate to see such great competition, and we're going to see some more now. Tim Tornquist is our first skier, and I think, you know, for me, he was the skier of yesterday in a lot of ways. He, you know, not a guy that makes a lot of finals. In fact, this is only his second one. In order to make his second final here, he saw Colin McCormick go out in front of him, run 2, which meant that he had to run 2 to get a better backup score than Tim. He ran 2 twice yesterday, than Cole. Sorry, he ran 2 twice yesterday. He did it in a very sort of whirly-bird fashion. It wasn't very pretty. His onside was doing really well. His offside was sort of slip sliding, but he managed to stay on his feet and stay on his ski, and that's what you got to do. He's a good skier, Tim, and you know, getting better and better. I'm very happy to see him in this final. Now, looking back at his career, I think Tim's about 25, might be a touch younger, but yeah. He's had in his career, the Slastad Pro-Am a number of years ago, and he came 9th, but that was, you know, certainly a less populated tournament than this one. This one has got basically everybody who's any good in the world here, he's made the final here. So his best ever result was 8th at the Monaco Pro this year. Can he beat that today? He'll need to beat one skier to go better, but there are a lot of very, very good skiers after him. The good thing about going first, of course, is that you can go out and put the pressure on and make sure that the guys after you have to beat you, and you can get a little bit nervous maybe.
Could potentially finish up in like the top 15 or 16 if he has a high enough finish in this competition. The point spread between the competitors in the that are currently lying in like 12th spot all the way down to like 24th or 25th, where we see Tim Tornquist situate himself. You know, I mean, there's a lot of room for movement, but it all kind of depends on what he throws down so far as a slalom performance is concerned. Tim Tornquist out of Sweden and riding the D3.
I'm going to say Tim will be pretty happy if he can repeat what he did yesterday. His heroics of running 10.75 both rounds and run 2 at 10.25. He'll be very happy, and that'll be, of course, everyone. After him did actually get a superior score. He had the lowest finalist score yesterday, but that's not to say that someone can't go below him or even a few. You know, it's not necessarily going to be super easy to go and get to at 10.25. So Tim will be very happy to go, and he has a PB of 3. Let's see what he can do here.
12 meters, a critical pass that he needs to run, and I like where he is on that ski. You know, he just allows it to turn, and then once he gets good and stable for a split second, then he drives on through the back of the boat. You know, I mean, it's not all about getting that ski around and getting the turn. It's being able to conjure up enough comfortable resistance to get behind the boat. All right, so we've got on the starting dock, we've got Dane Meckler, winner of the Mastercraft Pro not too long ago, and always seen as one of the next truly great contenders in men's slalom on the Waterski Pro Tour scene. Certainly came to the fore a few seasons ago, way back in 2021, with his performance in a runoff situation at the World Championships that certainly won rave reviews. As we look at Tim Tornquist, now let's see if he can produce that Joker in the hat performance that could really set his competition alight. There are 7 skiers remaining in this competition. We have Meckler, Caruso, Deska, De Gasperi, Asher, Travers, and Smith. All of them to come next. So Tim Tornquist, currently 24th on the Pro Tour standings, on 11.25 meters. And the deeper he gets in on these passes, the more comfortable it looks like he becomes. You know, on 12 meters, I mean, it wasn't a terribly difficult pass for him to run, but once he gets onto 11.25 meters, then he feels a little bit more comfortable putting in a little bit more heat, going from one side to the next. And as a result, gets the job done on 11.25. Now 10.75 meters is going to be a little bit more of a test. But just looking at this, allowing the ski to come round, brings the handle down, allows the ski to fully rotate and provide the necessary standing block between him and the boat. And also making sure that he stays balanced at the end of the turn as well, so he doesn't fall in on slack line. And just seems to have a real intuition or second sense about him where it comes to rope management at the tail end of each turn, making sure that that line is tight enough. And then as he works his way across the course, he directs his ski and just stretches the line in preparation for the next turn. So it looks like we got Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat, the Correct Craft Nautique. Patricia Burke also that towboat. She is our boat judge. We have to give a big shout to our officials for doing their duty to the best of their abilities here in this competition. As we see Tim Tornquist at 10.75, a little flat-footed into number 2. He's good for number 3. He's still there. Impressive skiing there into number 4. He's good to go for number 5. He was early as you like into 5. He's just as early into number 6, and he manages to massage his way out of that run to produce a performance so far that almost replicates the one that he did yesterday. So
much better of a 10.75 than either of his 2 yesterday. I mean, it wasn't easy, but I mean, he'll be happy with how he skied that. There wasn't really a moment where you were going, okay, this guy's going to miss it like already. It's already over. Whereas both of them yesterday, I didn't really give him any chance out of 2 or 3. Let's have a look at this. He'll feel pretty good about this. He's a big man. He's got a big onside turn, and he's going to come over to 1 at 10.25, knowing that he can. It's a pretty solid buoy 2 from there. I think he'll come over to buoy 1, knowing that 2 is definitely within his reach if he feels confident to turn it. And that'll be a big moment for him. And if he can get the full 3, then I think he's going to move himself up from his seeding in 8th and potentially into 4th, 5th, 6th spot.
All right there. So our site here, the Greater Miami Ski Club, not too far away from MIA, Miami International Airport. And as we follow one of our skiers to the starting dock, I believe it's Brando Caruso feeling that Latin American vibe on his way to the starting dock. With a little bit of a dance move there in front of us. There we go, that's Brando Caruso. Not to be confused with the other Caruso that made his fame around the Miami-Dade County area.
Season's best is 3 for Tim Tornquist. He did it at Monaco in June, and let's see what he can do here. He ran 2 2s yesterday. He'd dearly love to go further, but that'll be the minimum to really have any chance of getting. So it's a really good one. Let's see what he can do here. Over to 2, and I think if he can hold on. No, his tail washed out there at 2, like just too much rotation. He got a little bit too much on the front and pushed, and that took the tail up and stopped the ski from having any traction there. So you'll see he had a perfect one. What I think he did really well, though, was he stayed on his feet. He did a really good 1 over to 2 and nearly lost it. He would have been very, very close to falling in, but I think that's something that we saw from him yesterday, is that he tends to do really well of not falling in when we all think he might have done.
So Tim Tornquist ends his performance here at the Miami Pro with a trio of 2s. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and 2 in the third.
Very solid, and it was nearly there, but he just lost his hips behind him, lost his balance. But as much as he ran 2s in every round, that was definitely his best round, and he's definitely done a pretty good job there. Now, of course, to go and beat him, people have got to get around a couple of buoys and turn both of them pretty hard to get over to 3. You can't do any half turns at 41 off. So let's see what's going to happen going forward. It's a solid lead. It's not going to hold up as the winning score. I'm going to be very confident in, but at the same time, it's still enough to put him in the lead for first ski off dock, and I think he might end up improving his seed of 8th place. Having put up a very competitive score and one of his better scores of the season.
Alrighty, and just waiting in the wings, waiting for his go out there on the water is Dane Meckler. So he now knows what is gonna be necessary in order for him to take the lead at this early stage of the competition in the final round of the men's slalom here at the Miami Pro.
Just to put that into context, Tim's performance there, there was a big number of skiers that didn't get, didn't run 10.75 even. Charlie Ross, did miss 10.75 in the first round. Corey Vaughan missed 10.75 in the first round. Didn't get over to 2, either of them. And I think that Cole McCormick, a very, very good skier, didn't make it into the final. So I think that Tim, maybe this was a big moment in his career, that he's really going to take a lot of confidence from this, and he can feel that he's really acquitted himself well and beaten a lot of very, very good skiers. Corey Vaughan, a Pro Event winner this year. Charlie Ross, one of the best in the world. Cole McCormick, Pro Event winner this year. These are big names that he's ahead of, and he did it consistently, and he did it in a solid fashion with pressure on him.
It's a 35 off start for our next competitor. It is going to be Dane Meckler. 35 off start. Now this is going to be interesting going forwards. 35 off 12 meters. Now, I was about to mention so far as being consistently good enough to compete in finals such as these. I mean, it's certainly two kind of different breeds of skier when you have one that's dedicated to actually putting on a really, really stellar high performance, enough to keep you in the lead or at least in the first 2 or 3 to put you in. But another type of skier is one that skis consistently well on average to post 3s and 4s that might not be enough to actually give you the lead or put you on the podium, but at least it qualifies you into the next round of the competition or indeed the final in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I mean, Dane's always putting up scores that are good enough for wins. He nearly won here 2 years ago. He's won at the Mastercraft Pro. He's taking his maiden win. He's there or thereabouts. I think a 4th might well do it today. Any piece of 5, I think, will probably be the win today. It would be my prediction sitting here. 4 could do it. Let's see. So 12 meters. He's taking 10.25 from the far end. Maybe that's the end he prefers, and he didn't particularly like the near end. But we'll go to Wade and Tim.
Sounds good.
Hey guys, here with Tim Turnquist in his 2nd Pro Tour final ever, the first being Monaco this summer. And hey, what a way to start the final, man. Nice 39, couple 41, right?
Yeah, I got 2 again. That was, I mean, narrow gate. I thought I saved it around 1, but yeah, wind pushed me a little bit, so I think I was going fast and pretty much all the speed down course. But I mean, I tried to turn, and I'm happy with that. That's a good score.
No, I think all the guys in the rest of the field that are waiting are like, yeah, man, it just sort of brings the energy up. So well done. Anybody you want to give a shout out to at home?
I want to say hi to my family, mom and dad, and my brother Ted watching, and everyone that has been cheering for me this week. And it's been a lot of fun. And also the guys here at Miami Ski Club, I mean, putting on an amazing event. And yeah, thank you.
Well, we've enjoyed having you, man. Congrats on a great weekend. Back to you guys.
Tim doing a very good job running 39, 3 out of 3 rounds, running 2 at 41, 3 out of 3 rounds, and this one was the closest he would have got to getting to 3. He would have loved to have got over to 3 and tied his season's best, but wasn't quite to be today. But he's had a phenomenal tournament. He might not have thought turning up here yesterday morning that he'd be sitting here, in the final with 2 at 41. So congratulations to Tim, a very nice chap, and a guy we'll see at more tournaments next year, and looking forward to that. Dane Meckler's on the water though. He'll be coming back at 38. He started at 12. I wonder how many times we're going to see that. Yeah, the near gate Matt Reaney mentioned yesterday is a bit of an awkward one. This one at this end, so something he'll be able to deal with more at 10.75. At 41, he didn't like it yesterday, so he'll come back in at 11. Let's see how he's going to do.
All right, and Dane Meckler, certainly one of the more stylish skiers that you'll ever see on the Waterski Pro Tour in men's slalom. He just has a certain way of just moving about on that ski, and how he uses that angle to just stretch the line and really stretches, reach out to an apex, and then from there the ski just whips round, and then he's off to the races one more time. A highly disciplined set of movements there, practiced to perfection from Dane Meckler, and now getting ready for 10.75 meters on pass number 3.
Straight into the action. Actually, it's something that he did yesterday. He's repeating his strategy from the second round yesterday. The first round, he went out 13 like most everybody else and ran 2.5 at 41 from the near end. He's now going to run it to take 41 from the far end, assuming he gets through the 10.75 like we all believe he will. And yeah, he didn't have his best run from the far end yesterday, but I mean, I caught up with him afterwards, and he said that he just he'd made the final, and it sort of wasn't almost that hard to get motivated that late in the day. Well, here he is. He'll be fully motivated now, and I think he skied phenomenally well yesterday. To me, his 10.75 in the first round was the best of the bunch. So let's see what he can do. A guy on form, ran 2 4s last weekend at the King Darkness, didn't make the final, but crazy high scores there, and so still he's very much in form, having got on the podium at the Travis Grand Prix, tying for 3rd with Corey Vaughan, and winning the Mastercraft Pro for his first ever win on his first tournament back from injury that he hurt himself. That he took himself out most of the season in May.
Yes, indeed, hasn't skied the majority of the season, and that explains why he's currently 10th on the Waterski Pro Tour standings, despite some pretty healthy higher echelon performances at this stage of the season. Here he comes, 10.75 meters. gets a good start, and round buoy number 2 is on fire here for number 3.
Very
and
good.
as early as you like into number 4. And he still has the ability to backside these turns, which is highly, highly unusual and irregular considering just basically the length of the line, 10.75 meters. It's now impossible to do it, but the fact he isn't exactly what some people would actually call tall.
Yeah, I think he's about 5'10", but he uses every bit of it, and he uses those attributes of having a lower center of mass very well. He can move around on the ski a lot more because it affects the ski less. 1 was great, 2 was a little taily, 3 was spicy. I mean, he looks aggressive here. 4 I liked, 5 was very good. I mean, he looks like he's attacking. He's going to need to attack because he's going to need a big score. I think, remember, the Mastercraft Pro 4 tournaments ago, it was his, he was out about this stage, about 7 from the end, 8 from the end, where he got the 4.5 that gave him his first title, which was very, very dear to him and very, a sort of long time coming. So I think Dane is, potentially pretty dangerous here. He's a guy I always look at. He's got a lot of potential. He runs a lot of 4s. He mentioned in his interview after the Mastercraft Pro that he's sick of standing up at 4. He'll always try and turn it now. I think he'll need to do that today to sort of guarantee the win. I think any piece of 5 could well be the win, just like at the Mastercraft Pro, just like at Travers. Let's have a look at it. He'll be coming in at 41 off. If there's potentially just a slight tailwind I'm seeing near the dock, but of course with Miles up the other end, and it's very protected. That swirly wind can come at all sort of different directions as it rounds through the trees and down the lake. But Dane, Wade always talks about the lonely position. He's miles away from anyone at the far end there. He's coming in, he's getting his breath. He's thinking, all right, let's take it easy. Let's stay calm. And he'll be pulling out here at 41 off. The big on-sided lefty will have an onside on buoy 1. He's over towards buoy 1. It's not a very good buoy 1. He's actually done pretty well at 2, and he's over to 3. He's nearly over the front.
Oh, my word, and he just gets enough of number 3 out there to actually put him ahead of Tim Tornquist and to maintain his seeding. It's going to go to a review to determine whether that ski made it outside buoy number 3 for 1, and if it did, how much of that buoy was good enough for either a quarter or a half.
He's pretty good at throwing himself at buoys, Dane. We see it quite frequently. His 1 was not good. I thought he did exceptionally well around the back end of the turn after that wheelie to actually get back and balanced going over towards buoy 2. He's lost a lot of space there. The boat is way ahead of him. And here, it's what I'm impressed with Dane this year. He does a pretty good job on 2, but look, he nearly went over the front. And did he get around 3? Yeah, he's definitely around it. That's a 2.5. And I just don't think it's going to stand up for too much, but okay, we're hearing that hearing on the headphones here that it's clearly a 2. Let's have a look at this. What I saw. I'm looking at a small screen, so but I think maybe he went right over it. So maybe they're just going to give him a 2 there, which fair enough. The judges have a better view than I do from here. So Dane will be disappointed there. I think he'll feel that he did enough to get around 3. The final score is 2. Interesting. So again, he did nearly everything to get around that turn ball. He's only got 2, and I think that's going to mean, as much as it's put him ahead of Tim Tornquist, assuming people beat him, it's going to be not enough for anything too competitive. And Dane, who's been on a lot of podiums recently, a couple of podiums, a win and a third at the Travers Grand Prix, will probably not be troubling the podium too much with that score.
All right, there.
12 meters for Brando.
12-meter start for Brandon Caruso. And just to clarify, for Dane Meckler, because he has a better elimination round score, Dane Meckler, even though he tied with 2 buoys with Tim Tornquist on 10.25 meters, his previous round score is enough to keep him ahead in the same seeding. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
First of all, hi to my nephew Gabe, and happy birthday to my mom. I was talking to my dad this morning. He was watching the drone footage from yesterday, and he goes, wow, those trees are so tall, it makes it like a tunnel. And I said, yeah, even like on one side of the course, sometimes you'll see no wind, and on the other side of the course at the next buoy, you'll see a swirl. So I was talking to one of the competitors yesterday. You can literally have a headwind at one buoy and a tailwind at the next in certain little parts of the course when the wind is sort of gusting through. So it's an interesting place to see. You get different visuals. It's kind of like a Swiss ski school on both sides all the way down, really tight, tall green trees right behind the buoy. So yeah, a little bit different for the visuals, but what we're still waiting for is that one huge big score of the weekend, and I think it's coming soon, guys. Back to you.
So a nice view of our tower cam situated centrally along the slalom course on the far side of the lake. Also, we've gotten some great folks working here for TWBC. We got Connor, we got Santi, we've got Kelvin, got Alice, we got Vincent as always, and the Scholl brothers, Jason and Jeremy. Our documentarian here, got John. As we see Brando Caruso coming to us out of Italia. A little broken forward on number 4, but still able to make an impact here on the opening 2 passes so far. That is 12 and 11. Successfully completed back to back.
Pretty solid from Brando, looking good. He's, well, Rob said it yesterday, he's very one-sided. He's got as good of an onside turn as anybody in the world, and if he'll ever get over to an onside, he's almost certainly going to turn it. Always impressed with the way that he can also kind of stand up out of his offside turn. We might see that here more at 39 this next pass and 41, but how he can stand up and still just get to that next buoy, even get into such a good position that he'll harness the boat, get over there and be able to make a turn. That's something that we can all learn from. Even with your bad turns, you can't panic and start dropping the shoulder, and he does that as well as anyone. Pretty impressed with that yesterday, and let's see what he can do today. The lead is 2. There's 2-2 so far. For Brando to even think about even tying his seeding, he'll need the 2. It's no mean feat. He ran a 3 and a 2 yesterday in his 2 rounds. So let's have a look and see what he's going to do. He needs to get all the way through 10.75. It's not usually a problem for him. He pretty much runs it back to back, guaranteed, no problem. He ran it twice yesterday, some with a bit more drama than others. But the interesting thing, I think, Tony, is he's taking the 10.75 from this end, the 39 off from this end. I think people generally preferring that further end start, even though, again, I don't really have eyes on the middle of the lake, but it looks like there's a slight headwind off the dock here, meaning they would have a slight tailwind, 10.25. But before we get to that, Tony, it's 10.75. It's Brando Caruso. Watch the big onside on 1, 3, and 5 on the left side of your screens. As we get to the boat camera, Brando pulling out. Nice gate. Solid, very much over to 1 in good shape, and he's over very well. And 2 is actually a pretty good 2, and he looks good. He built that speed. A little bit of a kick up on 3. 4 is very good, and actually that's about as symmetrical of a 10.75 pass, and as good of a 10.75 pass I've seen Brando run maybe all year. I think that was very, very good. He just, the thing is, when you pin your onside so aggressively and get so much pressure on your body, then it's very easy to get peeled. You've got to, every bit of load on your body that you take, you've got to then get rid of it. And the more pressure, the easier it is, the more temptation it is to just kind of let it go all at once. And then, of course, when you do that, you're running straight down the lake in front of the boys instead of around them. But this was good. I preferred this. I thought he skied very well. This looks, a very solid pass. Not up there with the sort of, the very onside-y struggle on the offside pass that we saw in the second round yesterday. Brando has whenever you go to Europe, you're going to see Brando, and he's always right there. He's had a number of podiums. He's always a danger. And I think, he could be a dark horse. I think, people talk about the next person to win a pro tournament. Brando doesn't go to that many, but whenever he's there, he's a factor. And if he runs a 4 today, there's a lot of skiers that might be a little bit nervous that they're not going to get around the 4. We've only seen 2 4s so far this weekend, and it's definitely in his grasp to get to 4. We've seen a number of times this year.
And he was certainly a factor in the recent European Waterski Championships, where for the very first time a co-champion was crowned. Brando Caruso tied for several runoffs with Thomas de Gasperi, also from Italia. And so it was determined that after 3 runoffs, it would be considered unsafe to continue skiing, and awarded Brando Caruso the title alongside Thomas de Gasperi.
Leaders
so
2 needs to get around 3 to take the lead. It's a solid 1. Will he be able to get the 2 that he needs? It's a complete stand-up. Will he be able to throw it? There is no way he's getting around 4 here.
Oh, I don't know. He's trying to sell it. I don't know
honestly,
if anyone
if he honestly got around 3 and 4 with that 2, I've never seen anything like it.
No, that was just remarkable.
I'm completely serious. I've never seen. I mean, we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. Did he get around 3 and did he get around 4? I mean, to me,
he's just a brute behind the boat, isn't he?
I mentioned a couple of passes ago that he's got such an onside, and he does such a good job of messing up an offside turn and still getting to the next buoy. I literally didn't think he was going to get over to 3.
Well, here's going to be the litmus test, isn't it, with this camera view. There's number 1 and number 2.
See if he got around 3 here. Did he get around 3?
Did he get around number 3?
He's
yes,
around 3
did.
for sure, I would say.
With enough room to spare.
And
around number 4.
I have never in my life seen someone turn their offside so badly and get 2 buoys further. Never. I mean, it's 3.5, and I think that's going to be on the podium. It might be the win, frankly. I mean, we've got a lot of skiers left, but let's just watch this again. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff in water skiing. I'm never usually surprised. This has surprised me. I mean, he's standing straight towards the boat, no line, just gets over the front, gets over and just completely turns backwards, fools our cameraman, and I can't believe he actually gets to 4 with actually a pretty good amount of space. Not his best S-turn of all time, but that's a big score. That's a big score. Brando in
well, there you go. So, I tell you what, way back in the day, the opera singer Enrico Caruso was named the matchless
I got distracted
singer.
again. Tell Gonzalo I'll be back on the dock soon. I'm here with David from Miami-Dade College, and I'm really enjoying this. Back to you guys.
Right, and while Wade is getting some work done to him, I was about to say that whereas back in the day Enrico Caruso, the opera singer, was the matchless singer, it might turn out that Brando Caruso could be the matchless skier.
I think that could hold up. I mean, I'm not saying he'll necessarily win with that, but I think he might be second. That's a huge score from Brando, and I mean the way he did it, it's outrageous. I honestly, even watching the second time on the replay, I'm not sure I think it's possible. Of course it was, because we saw him clearly go around those buoys. Madness. I'm going to study that and figure out how I can mess up my offside so bad and still get around the next couple of buoys. Good for him. Very, very impressive. Anyway, Sasha has gone out on 13. He's done the opposite to what Dane and Brando, the previous 2 skiers off the dock from him, have done. He's going out on the normal standard 13-meter rope. He's wanting to have the 10.75 as his 4th pass and 10.25 as his 5th. So, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
I mean, how prone are some of these skiers to having their hand forced in terms of setting out on a particular line length, whether it be 13 meters or 12? You know, I mean, no. To me, a lot of the skiers have their mind set way before they hit the dock. But there are certain situations where sometimes the best laid plans may not work out too well.
I think any top-level skier can go out on 12. We saw a lot of the early skiers yesterday go out on 12 and improve. Carter Eaton and who else do we have going out early? A lot of people, can do it. I don't think going out 13 or 12 at this point with this level of skier, it's not I don't want to go out on 12. That's too challenging. That's I'll be at my hard pass too early. No, I think it's really tactical. The fact that we see people go out on 13 in tournaments quite a lot is because they want to figure out the boat, and then they sort of maybe we'll keep that going for into the final because that's what they've learned to do throughout the course of that event. But no, I think we're going to see more and more that it'll be 50-50 in finals when it's not mandated to go out on 12. It's an interesting one, actually. Interesting talking point, isn't it, to see what people want to do.
Right you are, as we have a look and see Sasha Deska, who's certainly one of the more aggressive slalom skiers out there when it comes in to pound in the wakes after each turn. Used to be more aggressive than this way back in the day in the 2010s, but has kind of learnt to settle it down a little bit and use a little bit more in the way of technique to get round. But with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with our leader in the clubhouse, Italian Brando Caruso. So we got your 41 framed up, your 10.25. Tell us how it went.
Yeah, honestly, I was not expecting that after the start, because I don't know, I've been struggling to get my ski out on my off and to get the rope out of my off buoy. So that was really bad too, and I was like, I'm just gonna commit and try. And yeah, everything was so fast. I wish I would have done more. But yeah, it's a good score. I don't think it will be enough, but we'll see.
No, well, I have to say, man, after looking at that 2-ball again in slow-mo, that's amazing that you actually got 3.5.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't skied that much also, and the confidence, it's a little bit lower than used to be during the season, but I'm glad I did that.
No, I think that's going to sort of certainly stay podium material. So, yeah, well done. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
That could end up being the virtuoso performance there from Brando Caruso. Going forwards, 3.5 at 10.25 meters and chasing it down. It's going to be the next run, 11.25 meters. This is Sasha Deska. Now, what can he do with this one? Now, some of our more eagle-eyed watchers have noticed that with some skiers, and we include Sasha as being one of them, that they've got a little piece of rope dangling from the handle section of that ski line, and it's there for a specific reason. There, Freddie.
Yeah, it's there so he can change the length of his handle, before each tournament, and your handle's got to be 152.5 centimeters long. Well, it's got to be within that. It's meant to be 150, but there is a little tolerance there of 2.5 centimeters, or about an inch. Sasha has that there. There's methods of making it longer or shorter. You can sort of stuff rope inside of it, will make it shorter, or cut it out, will make it longer, or you can just literally untie the knot, and that's what that is there on the inside of his handle. Is he can untie that knot, make it longer or shorter. Depending, it sounds ridiculous, but sometimes we go to ski lakes where the handle measure is a bit longer than another one. I always laugh through Europe. We'll go to 5 tournaments in 5 weekends, and we'll have to make them longer and shorter to make sure that we're not going to get disqualified. Of course, handles do get measured after you ski, so you've got to have a little bit of leeway. So you never want to leave it on the edge. You don't want to have your score scrubbed for having a handle that's too long, and it will be. They're measuring here and making sure that things are all legit, as is fair to all the other skiers.
Yep, a bit like scrutineering in another sport that we know and love there, Freddie.
That's right. I mean, there's parameters for a reason. We saw it yesterday with, the rules are there for a reason, and they're written to stop people from pushing the parameters too much. And in professional sport, these things do matter. I mean, I do believe that if you have a handle that's 5 centimeters too long, or a couple of inches, it's going to make a difference. You're going to have a bit more space at the buoy when your rope's only 10.25 meters long or short. Sasha's will be when he comes back in. Then there's not a lot to play with. So Sasha's coming in. He needs to get 4 to get the lead. He needs to get past 2 to get second. Let's see what he can do. He had a couple of 3s yesterday, I think. No, 3 and a 2. He's over. That's actually a really good one, and he's going to come over to 2 in really good shape. Oh, sorry, this is 10.75. I do apologise. I've got this completely wrong. I'm getting
13 meter
getting
start.
ahead of myself. 13 meter start. Oh no!
Oh, horrible turn there, and he's still actually able to get around all 6 there.
Yeah, well, that was not as impressive as Brando's 2 at 10.25 on his offside, still getting around 3, but it was still pretty impressive. He was, sorry, I just need to compose myself. I was getting excited. Yeah, no. So Sasha running 10.75 towards the dock and 10.25 away. as was sort of demonstrated, he did look extremely good there at the start. Bit of a hiccup there at 5, bit of a sort of safety check as you talk about Tony, but he'll be coming back in at his 10.25 next and trying to replicate the start here. It was really, really good all the way up until 5.
Alrighty, Roo. We've got Sasha Deska working his way through each of these passes. He's gone through 13 and 12 and 11 and 10. Now we're down to 10.25 meters. Now, if he can get round number 4 into the wakes, he will take the lead. But at this point in the proceedings, he's looking to try and max out to try and put some space between him and potentially the rest of our competition going forward, of which the next skier is going to be Thomas de Gasperi, who's sitting dockside right now and just trying to get settled in. Sasha Deska is about 20 feet away from him. Waiting for the time to expire, which for those of you wondering is 1 minute and 20 on each end. Let's have a look and see, folks. Here we go. Sasha Deska, 10.25 meters.
4 for the lead.
For the lead, and we'll see what he can do. There's, dip in the head. There's round number 1. He's round number 2. Does he make it outside number 3?
I think he might not have got around 2 there, to be honest with you. I think well, it'll be interesting to see here. We're going to have very good view of it, but I think that one, I'll say that he did a phenomenally good job of even staying on his ski there at 1. He was sliding all over his tail slid. He went all over the front of it. Let's have a look and see what we see on the replay. We're going to have a good view at 2. What do you think, Tony? We're seeing things. It's pretty fast. It's fairly well lit around here, and we're looking at a relatively small screen. So I can't say for definite, but we heard from the trailer that it might not be a 2. God, he did well to hold on to that. That was impressive. Let's see if he goes around 2. No, I think he's around it.
It's around it. Yeah,
I think he's around it there, and actually
but he's inside 3, but he's got 2.
Yeah. So. Provisionally, this is not definitively, but provisionally from where I'm standing, I think that's a 2. I think he did really well to get around 2 and turn it. I don't think got around 3, though could be proved wrong by another angle. But watch this here, that he had absolutely no control going here, and he had his hips all the way back, pulled all the way to 2. Maybe, I feel like his ski bounced off that buoy a little bit. I'm not going to make this call. Definitely didn't get around 3. I think...
And the judges are taking their time on this one,
as they should, because that's a tricky call. That's a very tricky call. I think. I don't know. I mean, on the view from the boat, I don't think I give it to him. 2
it is.
2 definitively. Okay, that's good. Okay. Well, there we go. So Sasha, he holds his seed. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He relinquishes the seed that he has to Brano Caruso, but he does have a 6th place finish at worst.
Yeah, so he's gone ahead of Tim Tornquist and Dane Meckler based on his seeding. That's what I was trying to say. I'm getting a little bit hot and bothered here, Tony. Forgive me.
That's fine.
And Brando is still in the lead with 4 to go. Very tight call, because I think it really was tight. I think he got it just based off we saw that the sort of down the lake video, and he was around it, which put him ahead of Dane and ahead of Tim. So that, remember, the judges, there's an argument that I hear made that you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the skier, and I think in situations where you absolutely cannot tell, that is probably fair. But remember, every time you give something towards a skier that you're not really sure if, you're taking away from the others. And the fairest thing for the field is to understand something definitively. Well, I think that's. I think it was close. I think he did get it. So that will make Tim and Dane be happy that it was definitively called. And so Tim remains in 8th place with 4 to go. Dane in 7th, Sasha in 6th, and Brando in 5th at worst. But I think he's going to be troubling the podium. I think he's going to be right there, maybe even at the top. I mean, you never know. People didn't look super good or super balanced yesterday, with the exception, consistently. John
12-meter
Travers
start
looked the best. We've got a 12-meter start for Thomas De Gasperi, he's taken inspiration from his fellow Italian and his fellow 2024 European champion, co-European champion this year. So let's see what he can do.
Now this performance, this potential performance going forward for Thomas De Gasperi, starting on 12 meters, has some implications on the Waterski Pro Tour. Isn't that right?
If Thomas wins the tournament, he will get 229 points, which will put him provisionally in second. Of course, Nate can improve, John can improve, Cole can't, Rob can't, Sasha.
So for that moment.
Yes, so I think actually if he gets very high up, Thomas, then he's guaranteed to be in the top 3. In fact, to overtake Corey Vaughan, and Corey can't do anything. In order to overtake Corey Vaughan, Thomas De Gasperi must come 3rd to get 201 points.
And strangely enough, going with Charlie 2 on the 0-off.
Yeah, he's a bit of an outlier there. Manon was messing with 0-off numbers. She changed from A2 in the first round to C1 in the second round, and B2 in the third. Thomas is consistent across all the boats. He goes C2 every single time, which is just the way that he likes to ski. He's a bit of an anomaly in that way, but we'll go to Wade.
Indeed.
So a few minutes ago, someone was asking me, hey, do you miss being out there? I'm like, no, not at all. When there's a score of 3.5 at 10-2 on the board and there's 3 guys left, no, I don't really want to strap it on. But what we're still waiting to see is somebody really put up that huge score, and I think it's coming really soon, guys. It's perfect conditions out here. There was a little bit of swirling wind early that doesn't seem to have, created any issue at all. No head tailwind. So, yeah, we're waiting, man. Going to see it happen.
Well, that's pretty cool to hear that from Wade. I mean, I don't often disagree with him, but I would love to be strapping on the ski right now. When Brando goes out there and runs 3.5, it's one of his better scores of the year. You know that it can ski well. So, we've got a lot of the very, very best skiers going out, and they, as much as there is a little bit of a fear when you're standing on the dock, and it can be a bit lonely, you feel, a little stressed out. What if I don't do well? What if I fall below my expectations? I'm disappointed. My whole off season is sort of, I feel upset by the fact that I didn't ski well in the last tournament of the year. You also, there's the bonus, there's the upside, is the excitement of what can I do. And Thomas De Gasperi's gone for the more aggressive approach. He's started on 12, and this is his 11. And he's setting himself up to do well. He's had a pretty good season. Let's see how he can finish.
Good edge change into number 3, equally impressive into number 4. And just Mr. Stylish out there from Italia, coming to us out of Trentino, which isn't too far away from the Italian Dolomites. Actually had occasion to talk to him prior to this event for the TWBC podcast, and you can check that out on most podcasting platforms, including the TWBC's YouTube channel. And actually got talking to him a little bit about what he's going to do in the off season. Now, typically he skis in the off season. He's like a 365-day-a-year competitor, but this time around he's actually going to take a little bit of time off. And I suggested to him, why not take to the slopes and to the mountains, probably he might take that on board. And I maybe suggested, try a little bit of giant slalom or downhill. You seem to be built for it. And he actually quickly disagreed with me. He's more into slalom and giant slalom than anything else. And giant slalom, for those of you that are watching that are snow skiers, is probably the closest thing that you see to what you're seeing out there on the water. I mean, it's the turns aren't quite as tight or as close together as slalom, but they're more free flowing and it has a little bit more speed attached to it.
I'm afraid you're talking to Tony about something I know nothing about, so I can't really give any input.
You're not into alpine skiing?
No, I don't understand it. I don't know much about it, I'm afraid. Tom, let's have a look at this. Yeah, wind swirling ahead of the boat. There's something out there. Thomas will come back in at 10.75. He ran a pretty solid 10.75, notwithstanding a couple of bumps on the wakes, a couple of bounces, just like that. Oh no!
Oh no! And it collapsed. Oh my word! Did he actually hit the buoy?
No, I don't think so. I think
he shouldn't have.
I think the tail blew. I think that is so unusual. That's so unusual
Velcro.
to see him do that. I wonder if his Velcro came off. I mean, he sort of had as you talk about, Tony, an aerial edge change. And that was incredibly unusual to see. A big shock there from Thomas de Gasperi. He looked solid yesterday. But yeah, I mean, the nose of the ski came way up in the air as he changed his edge, landed, planted, and I wonder if it just kind of, if the Velcro just kind of slipped out. We'll
okay, let's have a look. This is a more forensic look. Let's have a look. And, that is a huge aerial edge change into number 1. He just couldn't really get settled in.
It's an aerial edge change, but it's not something he can't deal with. And if there's one person that does that, fairly frequently, it's Thomas. Let's have a look here. I mean, definitely a lot of the ski in the air as he changes edge, lands, but he's fine here.
The ski's bouncing, but it's not something that he hasn't been able to control in the past.
To me, the tail just blew. Like, too much pressure on the front. I know that the ski ended up coming off of his foot. He uses a Velcro system to put his foot, attaches a boot to the ski. But I think that's, I don't think that's ski malfunction, although it could be. If it was on there loosely, that wouldn't help. But I do think that the nose was just pushed in a little bit and the tail popped out and it spun around the ski and therefore kind of like had enough pressure to take it off as much.
Not the first time this season that he's had ski troubles either. I mean, halfway into the summer, he had to ship over an old ski for him to ski for the remaining time that he was in Europe for earlier on in the season.
Yeah, that for sure. And also, like, after being so consistent, came 4th at the King Darkness last weekend. He was 4th or 5th at the or 5th or 6th at the, I think 5th at the Travers Grand Prix the week before. He's always there or thereabouts. Had a very good year, but he will not improve on his points total. He'll probably come 8th here with an uncompetitive score as we get away.
Let's send it.
Hey guys, I'm here with an old friend of mine, Mr. George Levine, who's been a member here, the Greater Miami Waterski Club, for ever and ever. So
50 years.
50 years, right? It's been here 70. So George is going to tell us how to become a member.
Well, you come out and you can come ski with us, Amador skis people, and other members ski people. Then you can sign up as an associate, and then you attend 1 or 2 meetings, and then you become a full member right away. It's easy.
It's easy, and I see you guys have grown. We've got all of this that we're here now wasn't here when I was a kid. We were just skiing on one dock. So you've grown quite a bit, and you got, 7 lakes?
We have 7 canals. 25 years ago, I bought this acre, and we developed it so we could have more space and we could have a starting dock. And I made a deal with these people so we can walk back and forth and just have this event, so we can have events like this.
So this is why you need to know this guy. George Levine right here, Greater Miami Waterski Club. You got to become a member.
And with that, just quietly, Tim has moved up into 7th at worst, which is his best ever final placement on a pro tournament. So congratulations to Tim. That's fantastic skiing, consistent all weekend. And Brando just with 3 skiers remaining, Brando is in first place, meaning that Brando is guaranteed 4th. Although if anyone gets less than 3, I'm going to say that 1 or 2, probably 2 or maybe 3 will. He could be in good shape to get a second here or even a first. Brando looking good. Will Asher, though, a guy that's run, I think, as many 4+ scores as anybody on the Waterski Pro Tour this year. So he's very, very capable. He is the Tour champion. He won it for the 2nd time this year, adding to 2022. Another phenomenal year for him. He'll have something to say about it. He's capable of 4. We saw him at the first tournament of the season. He ran 4 in the first round, didn't really ski in the second round at the Swiss Pro, and in the final needed to run a full 4 to take the win. Last skier off the dock. And did he do it? Yes, he did. And pretty easily. He's had a number of very good results this year, very consistent, 1st or 2nd for the, I think he had 3 wins and 2 seconds in the first 5 events. I think he had a subsequent 2nd place at the California Pro-Am. He's had a couple of weird rounds. He came 5th last weekend. He had 2 10ths in the previous 2 tournaments at the Mastercraft Pro and at the Travers Grand Prix. So looking for a little bit of redemption. As much as he's won the Tour, he's had a great year. That's just confirmed by the fact that he's been so consistent and more consistent than anybody else. He's done a really, really good job there, but he'll want to finish the season on more of a high than he's been sitting at. We had a conversation where he said that he's been skiing well in practice and things just, Mastercraft Pro, he was top seed and fell early. Very unusual for him. And at the Travers Grand Prix, just didn't have the qualifying round that he needed to make the final. Ran a 5:41 last weekend, so this 4:41 is within his sights to take the lead, and he'll know exactly what he has to do. There's probably no one more experienced at pro tournaments sitting on the dock. I mean, he's had Thomas de Gasperi would be close, but I think Will's been skiing pro tournaments a little bit longer, a little bit more frequently maybe than Thomas. So let's have a look and see what Will can do. He's run 13. He's chosen the opposite strategy of 13 meters. Tony, what do you think about that? What does that say?
Well, that Will is his own guy. I mean, he's out there. He has his own technique, his own way of doing things, his own thought process and psychology in regards to Waterski slalom. So a 13-meter start. It's nothing new for Will Asher. I struggled to recall a time where I've ever seen Will Asher going anything longer than 13 meters anywhere.
No, I don't think I haven't seen Will on 14 for an extremely long time. He did do it at the World Championships in 2017, actually, but as a lot of us did. But today, starting on 13, as is pretty typical, he's capable of going out 12, but he's decided there's a tactical benefit of going out on 13. We've seen the best score come from the other end with a 3.5, but there's been a couple of 2s from this end also. So let's have a look. Will be coming back at 11. His first 2 passes, we don't need to say a whole lot about them. They're typically very, very good textbook passes. And Will gearing up, taking the slightly longer route to 10.25, but I'm sure we're going to see him there, and I'm sure he's going to be very competitive once there.
All right, and as we continue on, we see Nate Smith make his way towards the dock. And, we're down to our final 4 skiers, including Will Asher, who is on top of the water at this time and continuing to ski. 13, 12, and now 11.25 meters now. Now, from now and forevermore, Will Asher will also carry the distinction of being the first ever competitor to clean 10.25 meters on the continent of Africa.
It was a pretty big moment, wasn't it? I was a few after him on the dock. I wasn't exceptionally happy to see it as a competitor, but it was very cool for the sport. Breaking new boundaries, the Waterski Pro Tour and all the organisers there. What a phenomenal event it was, as is this one. And we've seen Whitney do so well today and take the win last off the dock. Will Asher's a little earlier than that. A little earlier than maybe he has been earlier this year, but this is 11. He looks very, very good. Look at this a little bit more than his first couple. Looks balanced, dialed. That offside's looking especially good. A little bit on the tail through into 5, but nothing to speak of, no issues. He's dialing it in. He's ramping up the aggression, the intensity as he needs to run this next pass from the far end and then get everything together at 10.25 where there can be no mistake.
All right, Will Asher getting through 11.25 meters. I don't see too much out of sorts here, but just how remarkable he makes that ski do the work for him, especially with this edge change coming off a number 3 into number 4. And as soon as he knows that ski is tracking, he starts to stretch the line and extend out. And once he knows that ski is far enough round and under the line, he just holds his position. And Freddie, it's the thing about slalom in technique at this level. I mean, it's not just a case of brute force and grunt to get behind the boat. You've got to have some measure of control. And certainly one of the best of them in recent seasons has been Will Asher.
Yeah, Will's, remember, 42 years old, and I mean, I was impressed with him when he had his best ever season at 40. He was running 41 consistently, and winning tournaments left, right, and centre. Beat me in a couple of runoffs, which was very upsetting. But
they're all upsetting there, Freddie.
Yeah, they are. He's had a great year. We look at our other Waterski Pro Tour champion, Jamie Bull, striking the same pose as in the photo. How cool. But yeah, both deserving winners, both big advocates of the sport, turning up at all the tournaments, doing a good job and being competitive everywhere they go. Will Ash is coming back in at 10.75. We're going to say he's going to run it. That's a very good one. He looks set up. That was a very good offside turn there at 1 and over to 3. A little forward. He's been doing that a little bit just the last couple of days. But that's fine. If there's one person that can sort of move their chest over towards the tip of the ski and still get the ski between them and the boat, strong enough to get in that position, the correct position to move across into the offside, into their onside, it's Will Asher. It's something we see a number of times from him, or numerous times over, while he's running huge scores. So I think actually that was a pretty good pass. If you look at the ski path, it was very good. He was early. 10.25 coming up, Tony. What do you think?
Yep, it's all set up here for Will Asher. And I know that there are very few competitors out there that know the ins and outs of ski tech than Will Asher. Being able to place the fin in relation to the length of the ski, and also in terms of the depth of that ski riding into the water, is about as good as anyone out there to maximize the performance on that ski. So looking strong and looking in great composure there here at the Miami Pro. We thank every single one of you tuning in right now. You've been an absolutely strong audience during the course of the entire season, and it's coming to a crescendo here with 2 competitors to go after Will Asher, who continues to ski. He's gotten through the opening passes of 13, 12, 11, and 10.75 meters. It is now 10.25 meters. Now, the current top score is courtesy of the Italian, Brando Caruso.
Now, very clearly here, if Will gets less than 3, Brando's on the podium. If he gets less than 3.5, he's on the podium. If he gets more than 3.5, I'm screwing this up. 3.5 is the lead. He needs to get beyond that, and he's guaranteed podium.
Indeed, with 2 competitors remaining. Here we go, 10.25.
It's not a very good one.
Bit of a slide on 1.
That's a bad 2.
And a horrible number 2, and that means that Brando Caruso has a guaranteed podium spot.
Well done to Brando. And look at it. There's no one even got to 3 except for Brando. I don't know how he got to 3, Brando, but it was good enough to get over to 4. So a tie of 4 skiers there at 2. Will Asher will go ahead of the rest, just given his superior seeding on the Waterski Pro Tour.
Yeah, he vaults himself into second and keeps himself arm's length ahead of Sasha Deska and Dane Meckler and Tim Tornquist, all of them tying on 2 at 10.25 meters, with much of the field placing behind that score.
I saw Will come into that buoy 2 there, and it looked like he was a little narrow, and you can see he almost rolls the ski again into 2, which is not what you want. So yeah, watch him here. So over to 1. It's a 1 we've seen him get over to 3 from before. Watch here. He rolls the ski again. He moves it out again in order to get wide enough, and that's a struggle for him. And unfortunately for Will Asher, that's going to be no better than...
Okay, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with Brando Caruso, still our leader. And maybe when you came off the water, you're like, I know I'm leading now, but I had a feeling, that you're going to be podium, and now you're already on the podium, huh?
Yeah, that feels amazing. I was not expecting that because, as we said, I was back home. It was cold, not easy to train. I came here just a few days before, and I'm pretty happy. I didn't ski, that was not maybe a good looking set, but I don't know. I just got a good score, and that's all that matters.
Hey, 3rd and holding, 2 more to go, man. We're going to hang here with him. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. We've got 2 competitors remaining as Will Asher makes his way back to the dock. We're going to see Nate Smith in a few minutes, but before him is going to be Jonathan Travers.
And Will, just to be clear, as much as it's a very disappointing performance from him, 2 at 10.25 is something he will never be happy with. He will be, at worst, 4th. which, that actually does improve his lead in the Waterski Pro Tour. At least it gets him past the 300-point barrier. If he comes fourth, he'll be on 316 points, which is a huge total for the season. And I mean that's why you ski well in the first round. You want to there's a four-way tie here, and it really poor old Tim Tornquist has done the same performance as 3 other skiers, but because of his inferior backup, he's pushed from potentially 4th down into 7th, and we have 2 skiers left to show us what's going to happen.
That's why you got to be consistent.
Yeah, well, exactly. You need even one big score in the first round. You'd almost rather have just that one big score with a screw up second round than have be pure consistency. Tim ran 2 and 2, but I think that's the way it goes, and that's why we have big qualifying rounds. It's seeding rounds are important. It's not just about getting into the final. It's about getting a high seed into the final so that you don't get screwed. Look at this log jam: 2 Will Asher, 2 Sasha Descans, 2 Dane Meckler, and 2 Tim Tornquist.
All separated on backups.
All separated on backup, exactly. I think I heard John Travers is starting on 13. He is the second to last skier. Now, John went out yesterday on 13. He ran 4 at 10.25. It's still the best score of the tournament. He has that score along with Nate Smith from qualifying, but he'll need to go and run a 4 again today to even think about winning this tournament. Nate Smith, of course, is not a guy that you want to have after you when you have a slender lead. But let's see if he can get that lead. John Travers, 13 meters.
All right, here we go. Jonathan Travers, who's been the in-form skier at the second half of the season, winning over at San Gervasio and placing extremely well on the tournaments that come afterwards. And let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with 2024 Waterski Pro Tour champion. I know you maybe didn't feel like it right in this sort of last 30 seconds, but great year. Awesome to always see you make another final. Could you feel any wind variables out there?
No, this place is pretty protected. I think the wind that's out there, you can't even see it. It's just kind of gets in the trees and just kind of gives you one of these deals. And before you've been able to make the right decision, you've made the wrong decision. It's kind of what I felt there, and maybe throughout the whole pass. But I mean, I ran my first pass, and I thought about Rocky at the far end and Laura, and all I can do is come here and smile and thank these guys for bringing us out to Miami. I mean, what a beautiful place.
So I heard Sasha say after his 13-meter start, he's like, "Yeah, man, come saw. Maybe I should have gone 12. If you had it to do over again, would you do it any different?"
No, I wouldn't. I'd do it the same. Yeah, that was on me. I mean, I tried to get comfortable out there, and I just couldn't quite make the correct moves at the right time to really get myself where I need to be. Even on my earlier passes, I was trying to set myself up to do something great. I wanted to go out with a bang. I wanted to put up a big score for these boys. Wasn't today.
Well, that's all right. I still have great memories of the Morocco final when you ripped 41 and won that event. So, no, it's been a great year. Enjoy your off-season, champ. You've earned it.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. Thanks, everybody.
Back to you guys.
All right, and yes, to underscore that Will Asher is the Pro Tour champion with his point scorer from the previous tournament, enough to give him a lead that could not be usurped with the results from this competition, even with the high points that are awarded for the top placements in this competition. So, Jonathan Travers, who actually took the decision yesterday prior to round 2 not to ski that round in order to preserve his back, and we'll see what he can do moving forwards with the next pass. He went in on 13 and returned to the dock on 12. 11.25 meters, will be heading his way soon.
Just looking at that leaderboard here, we've got Brando sitting pretty, 1.5 boys out in the lead, and crucially, over to 4 at 41, which is such a hard buoy to get to for anyone. Will is in second right now, but he's extraordinarily vulnerable. I mean, 2 is not, when it comes to Will Asher's standard, it's not that competitive of a score, and I think we haven't seen a podium at 2 on a flat lake, all year. So I think that probably John and Nate will feel pretty good about getting on that podium. All they got to do is run a full 2, but they're not going to be thinking about that. Both of them have won, and they've won this year. John won at the San Gervasio Pro-Am back in July. Nate's won a couple. He won last weekend at the King of Darkness, and he won in August at the California Pro-Am. Brando has never won. He won his first, well, he sort of co-won his first tournament at the Europeans earlier this year, so a big deal for him. But, I mean, if he wants to win outright, which he looks potentially pretty good for, he has to fend off the remaining skiers. It's not in his hands. I've been in this position before where you just sit there and you wait, and it's just horrible. You're just hoping that people after you don't beat you and allow you to have the sweet taste of victory, which Brando would have for the first time outright if he's able to keep that lead beyond the next 2 skiers.
A sitting duck, as one would be called in that situation. Here comes Jonathan Travers, 11.25 meters, gets the start on buoy number 1. A little flat-footed off that turn, but managing to move on his ski and position himself well enough to get round number 4 and number 5. And I'm sure Jack and Lanani are tuning in, as well as the rest of the Travers family, and checking in on the performance of Jonathan Travers as he makes his way through 11.25 meters. So not looking in too bad of a shape, and Jonathan Travers is skiing up to this point. Is that worthy of your vote? Vote right now. Vote for Skier of the Day. Brought to you by 2U Healthy Snacks, and there's certainly plenty of votes going the way of Whitney McClintock-Greeny, or indeed Jamie Ball for her season-long Pro Tour win, or even a late surge from the likes of Brando Caruso could well earn your vote. But go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to vote for the 2U Healthy Snacks Skier of the Day here at the 2024 Miami Pro.
Must run pass ahead for John Travers. He's coming. I think the wind's up a bit, isn't it, Tony? There's a pretty solid tailwind.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and just trying to set the passes tactically, very, very astute. He's gone for 11.25 meters. Now is going to be a tail 39. Tailwind 10.75 meters. The wind has gone up quite significantly. Not enough to have too much of a detrimental effect upon the water itself. But when the wind is up to this strength, it could have a significant impact upon the body as a skier moves from side to side. Being able to bleed off the speed on 10.75 meters when the wind is blowing behind you is certainly
what a great two.
A skill that has to be mastered to ski at this high level.
God, John,
and ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Travers, tailwind 39, 10.75 meters.
I think that's as good of a turn as a 39 off pass as we've seen this weekend. That was very, very good. That wind at his back didn't affect him whatsoever. And of course, what does that mean? It means he's coming back in at 10.25.
Yes.
With a little bit of a headwind. If he can get the gate right, lefty, get over to 2, cement that podium spot, then over to 3 and get the full 4 to get ahead of Brando. See what he can do beyond that. He looked fantastic yesterday. I was really impressed. He's grimacing a little bit in the water here, but I think he's just getting himself G'd up for a big pass coming up. This is, John, I think I've never seen him ski so well. He's consistently getting around buoy 4. He's done it. He did it last weekend a couple of times around 4 at the King of Darkness, at the Travers Grand Prix. He did it a couple of times. He looks great. He's won a tournament this year. He's been on some podiums. He's able to get, if he's able to get in front of tie with Will Asher and a number of other skiers at 2, then he gets 3rd place guaranteed, and we're hearing 3rd place on the tour guaranteed.
Yes, indeed. A late surge from Jonathan Travers could bear some fruit going forward, as we see on the starting dock Nate Smith getting ready for his go. Now could Jonathan Travers force his hand so far as the starting line length is concerned between 13 and 12 meters? But let's have a look and see what Jonathan Travers can do. It's crunch time.
Huge pass coming up. John's going to feel pretty good. He's looked great the last number of tournaments, and I'm pretty excited to see what he does here. He looks fantastic yesterday. I thought he might have even got further than the 4, but he stopped. Let's see.
Here he goes.
Turning in for the gate. Onside on buoy 1.
There's number 1.
It's a solid 1. Let's see if he can turn 2. He's in good shape here. That's actually a pretty okay 2, but he's going to run.
Oh, and he slides, and unfortunately isn't able to get up. And
I think he might be hurt. I think he might be
I don't know.
I think he might be
He
hurt.
is hurt. We need to get that
I think
boat.
he's hurt his shoulder. He's been
That boat needs to make its way back to Jonathan Travers, toot to sweet right now.
Maybe he's... I'm not sure. He was waving, I think, to get the boat, and I think now he might have waved to say he's okay. But I've heard him say that his shoulders have been bugging him recently. So maybe that slide might have done a little bit of damage. But I wonder if he got around 3. I'm not sure. Whatever happens,
it could end up being 3.5, and if that is could end up being 2.5.
That wasn't the 2 that he needed. Let's see if he got around 3. It'll make a difference potentially with Roddick. No, I think he might be inside of it.
I think that is inside.
That would have hurt there. We'll see on the replay here. Just watch see it's a 2. I think he's gone inside of it. So that ties him with Will and a number of other skiers, but it does put him on the podium. So congratulations, John. He's on the podium, and it's another, I think, a 3rd consecutive podium. Brando is in 2nd place, and he's got 1 skier left. Let's just watch John here. Watch where he might have got hurt. He's pulled over to 3. I think he's inside of it. And watch just where the nose of the ski catches and he spins. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt both your shoulders and your legs. So anyway, John, we think he's okay. 3rd place for John. That's actually a pretty good result. It's 2 with the podium. I mean, interestingly, low score for the podium, especially given what we saw yesterday. That was just enough to get you into the final with a pair of 2. So surprising to see that today, especially as we saw how well the women skied. But John is now sitting there in 2nd with 1 skier to go. I'm going to say that Nate's going to feel pretty good about getting beyond 2 at 10.25. Brando is sitting there in 1st with 1 skier to go, and he's going to be at least 2nd, and he can almost taste that victory, and he's praying. He's hoping. He's got all his fingers and toes crossed that he might be able to get the win today, that Nate will not go and beat him, and that'll be an amazing sort of entry into the USA for the year. Brando just turns up, last tournament of the year, having not skied here since the start of the year. I think he's not skied a Pro Tour event this year. And to win the tournament would be another first-time win. What a story that would be. I think it would be the 8th of the year.
Wow, this is some great stuff going forwards, and I don't know whether Brando Caruso is watching the webcast from outside a Cybertruck. That's just next level right there.
Not when he lands, but like after he bounces. Because he blows, man. You get what?
All right, then. That brings us on to our very last skier in regulation. This is going to be Nate Smith.
What's he going in at, Tony?
I believe it's 12 meters.
So he's going to take it, with the potential slight tailwind that we saw Brando take it from that end. Nate's actually, I'm going to say, from my own experience, I'll say, so starting at 12, so he's taking 10.25 from the far end. 12 is confirmed. I'll say, in Nate's favor he's got a big score to go and beat. He's got 3.5 to beat, but podium is only 2. He has to run 2, and that's a score that he gets all day long. So he knows he can just sort of attack 10.25, not have to think about anything but just getting around that buoy 4. He'll feel very good about, whatever the weather, getting the full 2 that he needs at least. So I'm going to say Nate's going to definitely make our top 2, but will he make our top 1? That's the most interesting thing here. So let's see what happens. It's a couple of passes away. He's starting out on 12. He'll be taking 10.25 towards the dock in just a couple passes' time.
So Nate Smith, who has won on previous occasions here at the Miami Pro, as we see Brando Caruso almost just tasting. It's on the tip of his tongue. The victory of this competition. But he's enough of a pro to know that potentially if there could be a runoff, if Nate Smith ties his score in this performance that we see coming right up.
Well, you mentioned Nate's previous wins here. He won in a runoff against Dane and I think Rob Hazelwood at the previous event in 2022. In 2021, he won by a distance. He won with I think Will came second with a 4, and I think Nate won with a 1 at 43. So he's done it both ways. He's had a sort of commanding victory and a very, very, very tight victory. He went to a second runoff after Dane and him tied, I think, in the first runoff. So let's see what happens. Brando, I think he shouldn't really be putting his ski fully away because he might need it again. I mean, we saw Nate run a 3.5 at the Mastercraft Pro, which gave Dane the win. Nate came second with 3.5. So we've seen Nate get a 3.5 recently. It's possible it could happen again. Of course, that would cause a runoff. When it's a tie for the lead, backup scores do not come into play.
All right, continuing to monitor the situation on the water. 12-meter start for Nate Smith. He's run that opener, and here he comes in 11.25 meters. Let's see what he's got. Entrance number 1. By bringing 12 meters in for his opening pass, he puts 11.25 meters in this direction and makes sure that 10.75 meters has the best chance of being run with the wind being on his face. As we have a look and see Nate Smith pull out to the right-hand side of that Correct Craft Nautique towboat, a towboat that's been doing some wonders here during the course of this event. We thank Miami Nautique for supplying us with that boat. As we see once again, Nate Smith, his pass at 11.25 meters, a bold start on 12 meters. But able to get through that and pass number 2. And we'll see what transpires coming up real soon. Now, so far as the Waterski Pro Tour is concerned, I believe that if Nate does conjure up the win, then that could put him in the top 3 positions on the Waterski Pro Tour. In fact, as high as second. There's your current leaderboard right now. Brando Caruso on 3.5 at 10.25 meters. Jonathan Travers currently on 2, but has a superior backup several times. There have been 2s that have, there are several ties for 2, but each of those ties are broken up with the initial opening, the best score out of the elimination round. So Brando, who's elected to go in on 12. Nate Smith also decided to go in on 12. Here we go.
It's 10.75
meters.
Over to 4, and he's stood up at 5, but yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy. But yeah, he wouldn't have loved turning that 5 like that. I mean,
no.
You always want to sort of finish your offside turn. He's going to have to finish. Remember, Brando turned 1 offside turn in order to get around buoy 4, and I'm going to say he didn't really turn it. I mean, that wasn't a turn. That what he did at buoy 2 there. I don't know. I literally still don't know how he got around 3, let alone 4. So Nate has to get around 2 offsides. So he's going to be feeling that offside. As a righty, to get around 4, you have to turn 2 offsides. It's a lot harder once you're in the course to do that. So can he get that start, that buoy 1? He's been getting good buoy 1s. He had a good buoy 1 in both rounds yesterday. His 2 in the first round was not good. He ran 3.
And it's going to have to be a great buoy 1 because it will be on his right foot.
His offside turn, exactly.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going to happen here. I mean, it's all happening.
It's going to come down to this pass.
I think the last round, or the last skier of the last round of the last tournament of the year. For 2024, this is it. It comes down to Nate Smith.
Here
it
we
comes
go,
down
folks.
to this for Brando. This is going to be potentially, life-defining for Brando, one of the biggest moments of his life if he's able to win this. Look at him. He looks relaxed. He's smiling. He's a cool customer. But I know that within his mind, he's going to be very, very stressed out.
He knows the worst that he can finish is second, which is one of his highest finishes in a professional event.
He's had a few seconds before and getting a few podiums, but he's never been on the top. And let's see what's going to happen. Nate's the only winner in Miami. Can he make it 3 years in a row? It's let's put it very clearly. Nate, two or more, he's on the podium. 3.5, it's a tie for the lead and a runoff, and 4, he will win the tournament.
Here
Let's
he
see
comes.
what he does. It's Nate Smith. It's 10.25. It's the last
Crunch
pass
time.
of the year.
Entrance.
Over to 1.
There's one.
Not great.
Broken over off
but
1.
2's good. And
he is round number 2. Does he make a... Oh, and he's...
No, he's inside.
And he's inside.
Brando
Oh,
wins.
my word.
Brando's won the
Brando
tournament.
Caruso, ladies and gentlemen, your Miami Pro champion for 2024 from Italia, Brando Caruso.
What a moment for Brando, and what a surprise for Nate. He tripped over a little out of 1, but he had what he needed, I thought, to go down it. Good 2 and 3 just wasn't it. He did the same on 3 at 10.25 here as he did on 5 at 10.75. Yeah. Brando is the 8th winner this year, I think. I think the 6th or the 5th new winner. Brando, Dane, Corey, Cole, Rob Hazelwood. I think that's them. Oh, Lucas Cornell. That's 6.
Cornell, yes.
Added to Will has won 3 tournaments. Nate's won 2. I managed to sneak 1 at the start of the year. So. This is it's an incredible year. What a finish, and Brando, an amazing result. Brando Caruso of Italy, 1st place. Nate Smith 2nd. John Travers 3rd. Incredible final scenes here at the Miami Pro as we finish the season.
All right, excellent skiing as we see the tail end of Nate Smith's performance. No, he managed to get 3. That slots him into 2nd spot. And with that 2nd place finish, I believe that also secures Nate Smith a 2nd spot on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. We'll get confirmation of that very, very soon. But just looking at this, it was that close. It was that close to a runoff situation. And let's check in with Wade.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our 2024 Miami Pro Slalom champion, Mr. Brando Caruso. Congratulations, young man.
Yeah, that was unexpected, because as we said before, I didn't train as much as I used to, and I was just not expecting to win. But I've been waiting for this moment in the last, let's say, 2-3 years. Wow, I'm out of words.
No, I certainly understand your emotions. You've done the hard work. You put yourself on multiple podiums. You've made a bunch of finals. And when you do that long enough, you're going to get one of these breakthrough moments. And you, as well as I think 6 others, have now won their first event and what I think has been the greatest year of pro slalom. So, man, congratulations. Anyone you want to say a shout out to at home?
Oh, of course, my family, the federation that is always there for me, my sponsors, and yeah, everyone that is helping me, like my ski buddy, Sasha, and yeah, that's all.
No, I could tell the emotion over there. We wanted to give you a few moments and sort of let you sort of ingest it, if you will. But yeah, you're going to have this feeling the rest of the day. And the best part about winning the last tournament of the year is you get to win all the way through the winter. So congratulations, man. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right, then. In the last few minutes that you can vote for skier of the day, I would suggest that maybe Brando Caruso has won. Will garner your vote as skier of the day, but maybe Whitney McClintock-Greeny, maybe Jamie Bull. But there is your current men's slalom leaderboard. Brando Caruso, your winner here at the Miami Pro, ahead of Nate Smith, ahead of Jonathan Travers. Then it's Asher, Desker, Meckler, Tornquist, and De Gasperi.
And I mean, what a way that Brando did that. I mean, to not even turn 2 and get to 4 is insane. I'm so impressed. It incredible. We're going to go back to Wade.
Indeed.
Hey guys, we watched what a true champion this young man is. He came over, congratulated Brando on his first win. So, Nate, for you that have sort of been the godfather of slalom skiing for almost a decade now, I mean, what's it been for you to see so many of these guys win their first time?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. You know, we go back a couple years, Brando and I were head-to-head over in Spain, and he got me there, and then here, you know, just inches away this time. But, you know, it's good to see the guys coming up and pushing because it makes us be better as well. Like, where you could slip up a little bit and still win, now there's no room for error at all. I mean, you slip up the tiniest bit, and you saw this was decided literally by, I don't know what it was on video, but to me it felt like just a few inches. So it was pretty cool.
So Brando, you've skied against this guy, your countrymen, Thomas de Gasperi, Will Asher. What have they meant to you, and having to chase them for so long to reach this pinnacle, to reach your first victory?
Yeah, for sure. I've been watching them since few years, and Nate has always been there. We did like a lot of head-to-head together. I mean, the first time I beat him, it was wow. But he's always been super nice guy. He would always come there and cheer. Like, I don't know. He also cares about the others. It's not everything around him. He's a really nice guy, you know, to compete with.
Well, guys, what I want to wrap up with is what a great year it's been for me, what a pleasure I've had. And we're going to this young man's hometown, Riceto, Italy, for the Worlds next year. I can't wait. I hope these guys are there. Hope we're there as well. Enjoy.
Fantastic event there, and that concludes the Miami Pro. For 2024, at least so far as the on-water action is concerned. We're going to have our award presentations taking place in a few minutes. But let's wrap up the Pro Tour standings. Will Asher, unassailable lead, ends up with 316 points, the only competitor to go over 316 points to go over 300 points on the men's slalom standings. Nate Smith on the 274, 50 points above him. 50 points below him, rather, is Jonathan Travers.
A solid consolation there for Nate.
Yep, he skied his way into second, right at the death there. Corey Vaughan in fourth place, unable to make much of a difference for himself in today. And in fifth spot, on 167 points, is Thomas de Gasperi. Those are your top five on the Pro Tour standings in men's slalom. So, great event there, Freddie. Wouldn't you agree?
What an end to the season. I mean, again, it's been, you know, between mid 2019 and the start of this year, there was 4 winners in any tournament. You know, Nate, Will, Thomas, and myself. But there's been, I think, 6 new winners this year, 9 in total. It's so competitive, and I think, you know, the story of the year. Whereas we saw a sort of a dominance in the women's field of being, you know, amongst the 3. I mean, Ali got a win also, and Manon got a win. You know, very worthy there. But the 3 of Whitney, Jamie, and Regina, so good. But I mean, it's just been spread so far and wide in the men's field. It's very, very exciting, and what a year to watch as a fan. And you know, the people that have been sort of playing your audience prize all year, Tony. To predict the podiums has been basically impossible because there's just been no consistency from one event to the next.
All right, then, and before we go into the commercial, let me tell you that the men's audience prize award winner is Billy Martin. Billy Martin will get in contact with you very soon to get your slalom ski, your D3 slalom ski over to you as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break before we go into the award presentation. This is the continuing coverage of the 2024 Miami Pro. And we'll be back with the award presentations right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions that lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit pentalago.com.
We are the place for your new Ford. With amazing features everyone will love. We are the brand built for everything, work, play, and fun.
We are a dealership for families because we've grown with the community. We are mobile, so we can make service easy wherever you are. We are the place for deals you can't beat, like this exciting offer. Because at Ford of Kendall, we are Miami.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again, and welcome to the 2024 Miami Pro event, coming to you from this great facility that is the Greater Miami Waterski Club. Okay, now before we go into our main awards, let's hit upon the prizes for the women's audience prize and the men's audience prize. Now, Alvin Neff, I know you come to us from Arkansas, and you've won yourself a slalom ski for the women's prize prediction contest, and in the men's audience prize, Billy Martin, you've won yourself a slalom ski as well. So congratulations to you individuals. Now, also, I'd like to give a big shout out to all of our officials and everyone that's had a stake, everyone that has had a part in playing to make sure that this competition, the Miami Pro, is a complete and resounding success. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the main prizes. Starting off first of all with the Women's Pro Tour top 3 women. In third spot on 299 points, third place on the Waterski Pro Tour in the women's slalom, Regina Jaquez. Regina Jaquez, where are you? Come on down. Just waiting on Regina to make her way to the podium to present the top prizes in the women's Waterski Pro Tour and the women's slalom event. And as we continue on and wait for Regina to make her way to the podium, let me tell you that the runner-up spot in the Women's Pro Tour top 3 in the women's slalom event, your runner-up, second place with 314 points, coming to us out of Canada, Whitney McClintock-Reaney. All right, and as we continue to gather our award prize recipients. Okay, we're going to switch things up a little bit, or switch things around a little bit. Let's give a big round of applause to Gonzalo right here for his contribution in making this event a success. Once again, Gonzalo Pichera, one of the great folks here among the 100 plus members that are present here for the Greater Miami Ski Club. All right then, so let's go into the actual tournament results, shall we? In 8th spot, with her score of a 4 at 11.25 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Elizabeth Montavon. Okay, as we continue on, let's go on to our next award recipient, 7th spot. Also with a score of 4 at 11.25 meters, but with a far superior backup. Ladies and gentlemen, from Italia, Alicia Bagnoli. Alicia Bagnoli winning 7th spot. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to roll away along in 6th spot with a score of 5 at 11.25 meters, from Canada, Paige Reaney. I'm sure Paige Reaney will make her way to the podium shortly, but in the meantime, let me tell you that our next placement, 5th spot, with a score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters. From the United States, Ali Nicholson. All right, moving on up with a score of 3 at 10.75 meters. Currently in 4th spot, Manon Costa. And ladies and gentlemen, now presenting to you your top 3. In 3rd spot with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters. From the United States, it is Regina Jaquez. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our top 2 in the runner-up spot with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters with a superior backup. Coming to you from Canada, it is Jamie Ball. All right, and now presenting to you the 2024 Miami Pro Women's Slalom winner with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters from Canada, Whitney McClintock-Reaney. All right, and Whitney, I'm going to give you the microphone because I'm sure you got plenty to say.
Oh, here comes Zane. Can't miss the podium. Thanks, you guys, Miami Ski Club, Gonzalo, for having us. We really appreciate being here, finishing out the season with this amazing sunny weather. And it was a little bit challenging out there today with the wind coming through, but these ladies skied awesome today, and they raised the bar, and I was really happy to be dialed in and get through that 39 the way I did, and the confidence to turn that one ball today. I have to give the glory to God for that, because the fear can definitely be there. When the score is 1, it's really hard to commit to turning 1, so I'm really happy that I was able to get over to 2 ball and take the win today, and we're excited for another season next year. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Tommy.
Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you your award recipients, Elizabeth Montavon, Alicia Bagnoli, Paige Reaney, Ali Nicholson, Manon Costa, Regina Jaquez, Jamie Ball, and your champion for 2024, Whitney McClintock-Reaney.
Thanks, Tony.
There you go. All right, then. Now moving on to our men's slalom competition award recipients. In 8th spot, representing Italia, it's Thomas De Gasperi.
Thank you for everything, Tony. You're the best.
All right, so continuing right along. Ladies and gentlemen, in 7th spot, from Sweden, Tim Tonquist. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you in sixth spot, coming to you from the United States, it is Dane Meckler. And now, presenting to you in fifth spot from France, Sacha Descamps. All right, let's continue on. Fourth spot. Also with the same score of 2 at 10.25 meters. Fourth place goes to Will Asher. Yep. All right, and here we go into the top three. Our top three consist of these competitors. In third spot, also with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters in the final, Jonathan Travers. And now, here we go. This is your runner-up with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters. It's Nate Smith. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your 2024 Miami Pro Men's Slalom Champion with a score of 3.5 at 10.25 meters. His first ever pro win, so give it up please for Brando Caruso. All right, Brando, I'm standing right behind you, dude. I've got a microphone, so I'm going to give that to you, and you tell the good people how you feel right now.
First of all, thanks for Miami Ski Nautique for putting down this big event. And as I said before, it was very unexpected because I haven't trained that much lately, but it just feels amazing to be here on the top. And as everyone knows, I was waiting for this moment since a long time, and I'm glad I made it.
All right there, give them a big cheer. And I have one more award to give to one of these individuals. It is the 2U Healthy Snacks Skier of the Day. So who do you think it was? Could it be Thomas? Could it be Dane? Could it be Sasha? Could it be JT? Could it be Brando, maybe? Could it be Nate? Could it be Will? No, because it belongs to Tim Tonquist. 67% of the vote. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for your award recipients in the men's slalom: Thomas de Gasperi, Dane Meckler, Sasha Desker, Jonathan Travers, Brando Caruso, Nate Smith, Will Asher, Tim Tornquist. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for him, please. Now, before we go into the tail end of our award presentations, which include the Waterski Pro Tour standings, let me first of all call upon these officials to make their way here. First of all, let me award the award for our technical controller, David Carter. Where are you, sir? David Carter, who is our technical controller. Our chief scorer, Mark Harvett. For the officials, Mario Pagozzi, our driver in the women's competition. Oh, there we go. There we go, Mark. Well done to you, sir. Mario Pagozzi, where are you, sir? We'll give that to him later on, and as we look over towards our other officials, Nancy Lazaro, where are you? We have an award for you here for your participation as an official here in these championships. Our chief safety is Brian Kreis. Brian Kreis, where are you? There you go. Let's give it up for Brian here. And official who puts it all together and keeps everyone working efficiently is our chief judge. Let's give it up, please, for Charlotte Melchers. All right, then. Now we're coming to the tail end of our award presentations. This involves the Waterski Pro Tour. Today saw the culmination. Oh, how could I have forgotten Becky Lathrop? Where are you, Becky?
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Appreciate that. Can I get a picture with you? I'll give you a hug, too.
And tell Mario that he's got an award as well. All right, then. So, Waterski Pro Tour standings, where was I? Culmination of many, many months, many, many weekends of events, and the slalom titles and the award placements were decided right here at the Miami Pro. All right, then. With that in mind, let's go on to our top 3 women on the Waterski Pro Tour. In third place on 299 points. She kept it interesting towards the end. Let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquez. Yeah, Regina's on her way. There we go. Yeah, you can. Third place. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, please, for Regina Jaquez. That's third place. And here we go, our runner-up in the Waterski Pro Tour Women's Slalom Competition. On their end of season, the runner-up on 314 points, Whitney McClintock-Reaney. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your Women's Pro Tour champion with a score of 334 points. She comes to us from Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Jamie Ball. All right, and Jamie, kind of summarize a little bit about what this award means to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy to take the tour win again this year. I think it's really important for the sport to have a tour and have something that we are all pushing to get, and the points are something that everyone can follow, and I've seen that from people back home. It's something that they can be interested and excited about. I think all of us were kind of hoping for a little bit of a different outcome this year with the tour. So hopefully all of you viewers at home, if you like the tour and you want to see it stick around, if you guys want to help out and keep us going, that would be greatly appreciated from all of us, and I think the whole waterski community.
Thank you. Gentlemen, celebrating your Pro Tour women's title. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquist, Whitney McClintock, Rini, and your champion, Jamie Ball. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue on, the Waterski Pro Tour top 3 men in 3rd spot and making a late run at the season. We're on 224 points. 3rd place goes to Jonathan Travers. All right, then. So moving on, our runner-up on the Waterski Pro Tour men's slalom rankings on 274 points, just 50 points higher. And our runner-up is Nate Smith. And ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 2024 Waterski Pro Tour Men's Slalom Championship with a score of 316 points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Will Asher. All right, and Will Asher, I know that you've got a little bit to say about your win on the Waterski Pro Tour.
Yeah, I didn't really prepare anything, but you know, when I first started my career back in 2000 and whenever it was, there was a pro ski tour, and I followed it closely, and I looked up to the guys that, you know, they're trying to make it to the top of the tour, and for me, it's pretty special. It's just kind of my body of work for the year, and you know, it's tough competition. I'm just thankful for everyone that puts it on, all the TWBC guys, all the Waterski, what is it? Pro Tour, sorry. Just all the work behind the scenes. You know, we have the meetings with Vince and all the other guys and all the sponsors that are here. Let's try and grow this, try and make it fun. We're having a great time and just trying to put on a great show. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please. Your top 3 finishers on the Waterski Pro Tour, Jonathan Travers, Nate Smith, and your champion, Will Asher. And ladies and gentlemen, I've got one more award to give out, and this is for the brand leaderboard. Now, the brand leaderboard was a season-long competition which pitted teams of 3 among the major brands against each other. And ladies and gentlemen, your brand winner on 862 points, a team consisting of Will Asher, Jamie Bull, and Ali Nicholson. It is Team Syndicate.
I don't have the mic.
Yes, you will, because you haven't spoken yet. Well, you're not going to fail a second time, so I'm going to give you the microphone. All right, there. Jamie, you want to do it?
I think we're all pretty stoked to be up here and take the brand leaderboard. And I think for our team, maybe more than others, it's extra meaningful because we all ski together and train together, and it's definitely a team mentality. And I think, I mean, I can speak for myself on this, but I'm super grateful to be a part of this team that has that kind of support and that kind of camaraderie and mentorship. And yeah, it's been super fun, and big thank you to HO and everyone back at headquarters in the factory for making this possible for us and making great skis and, you know, helping us stay as a true team. Well said.
Very nice. There we go. Team Syndicate, ladies and gentlemen, your brand leaderboard winners for 2024. Undefeated from start to finish. All right, then. So that brings to a conclusion the awards, but I do have something or two to say. So as we wrap up another incredible Miami Pro Slalom event, and thanking you once again, Gonzalo, for making this event happen, it's clear that 2024 has been a year to remember. From the increased number of events to record-breaking performances, our sport continues to thrive. TWBC's involvement continues on from strength to strength, with 13 events broadcasted this season, ranging from stops on the Waterski Pro Tour to title events that were run on multiple lakes simultaneously. Each brought a unique set of challenges, which included epic road trips for some to rapid intercontinental turnarounds for others. All said and told, over 366 hours of coverage was produced live for an audience of over 1 million viewers and garnering over 1,000 more subscribers. I would like to send my sincere thanks to a number of countless individuals and entities that made this season a success. The dedicated crews that brought us the live broadcasts around the world. The tireless tournament organizers who put in countless hours to ensure each event's success, including this competition, folks. It doesn't happen by magic. The generous sponsors whose support fuels our passion. Obviously, our sponsors here, just make sure that you conduct some business with those folks. They would certainly appreciate it. The vigilant officials who maintain the integrity of our sport. And the extraordinary athletes who push the boundaries of human potential, such as the athletes who registered their first ever career pro wins this season, such as Cole McCormick, Rob Hazelwood, Corey Vaughan, Lucas Cornell, and today, Brando Caruso. The tremendous potential shown by the future stars of our sport, spitted by the barnstorming performances by the Eade brothers and the Abelson siblings at the Junior World Championships in Canada, and the new World Junior Jump record produced by Meisa Jakobsen at the European Junior Championships not too long ago. The record-setting performances produced by Joel Poland and Luca Rachenwald, each with distances over 230 feet for national records. The total domination in the women's jump event by Hanna Stroltsova, totally undefeated this season in 2024. And a historical first this season. A first full 10.25 meter pass cleared in the continent of Africa by your eventual Waterski Pro Tour Series eventual champion, Will Asher. Let's give a big cheer to all of those accolades. And of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention the passionate fans who fuel our energy and drive us forward. A big, big shout to all of those that have continued to support our sport through thick and thin. So, as we look forward to a 2025 season, which includes the staging of the World Championships in Riceto in Italia, let's continue to celebrate the beauty and excitement of water skiing. But until then, thank you, and as always, ciao for now!
At La Mesa and Rec Van, our massive inventory of top brand used motorhomes saves you thousands. Late model years of brands like Winnebago, Tiffin, and Integra, many with under 10,000 miles. Selection and savings at La Mesa and Rec Van. Visit lamesarv.com today.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.